Well, hello. This is Tuesday, the 4th of November. How are you doing? It's a fresh new day. London Open happened not very long ago. We've been seeing quite some uh, good movement. Hello, everyone in the chat. Don't forget, support our channel by liking it, subscribing it, making it even better. We are aiming for 100K subscribers by the end of this year, but before we have another milestone 90K, which we are very near, almost reaching. So we're gonna be having a celebration when we do get there. So contribute, make it happen faster as we are nearing that milestone. All right. Uh, I say hello to our great viewers in the chat. Hello, Henry. How are you doing? Carla, as well. How are you doing? Uh, all these great friends of ours. It's always great to see you. Is it still laggy? Henry, let me know in the chat if it's still laggy. I'll see what I can do on my side. Just let me know. All right. So, good morning. Good morning, unbiased trader. Infinity as well. All right. That is great. Someone asking right away. I like that. Right away going to, the core. We want to know about the market. We want to be sharing our ideas, our analysis, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Perfect. I like to that's a good thing. Good thing you guys are surprised today. All right. So this is the first time I open the stream. So it's a little bit new. Then again, it's just another stream. So let's get going. So first thing first, I would like to take a look at the market. And before we take a look at the market, let's take a look at what we can expect today from happening in terms of the macroeconomical news. We had interest rate decision on in Australia, the Royal Bank of Australia. That was during the Asian session of court, right? Australia, Asia. That's already happened. We have later on in about 20 minutes, or actually less than that, we have Lagarde speaking. Typically, not a high impact event. That's why it's in orange. However, I like the I like the enthusiasm Ben Latin. So typically Lagarde does not when she speaks, typically it's not a high impact news. We know that, not no wonder it's an orange folder event. However, there are times where her being the president of the ECB will be if there is a surprise in her speech, if there's something she said that it has the potential of shake the market and make market move easily. When that happens, right? Easily, 40 pips on EU, sometimes 60 pips, and sometimes even start like a catalyst starting a much bigger move, one that might take even days to complete, meaning, almost 100 or over 100 even. So pips, that is. So that's something you want to be looking at just to make sure that there isn't anything you want to have a tab on it. You want to know about it. Other than that, we have this week is of course the NFP. If at least U.S. government is open by then, right? We are still in shutdown, so we're gonna maybe it's not gonna happen, and who knows because we haven't been the U.S. government hasn't been closed that long, this long. I mean, it before first time around. So there's a little bit of an X factor, a little bit of an unknown. How will the market react to incoming news that we didn't have before, and now we have data on jobs, inflation, and all these kinds of great wages. All these numbers that will be coming out. I suspect there's going to be a great deal of volatility. Um, before it comes down. But in between, we also have on Thursday, of course, the interest rate decision in on the pound, right? The Bank of England. So let's go back to the market. That's a little bit of an overview of what we're going to be dealing with this week. First, typically the first week of each month is a high volatility week because of NFP, and we have ADP. I didn't mention that, but tomorrow we have ADP as well. At least, as I said, at least if they do get resolved with they restart the government, the U.S. government, that is. So in the meantime, let's move to. I'm doing great, thank you. Daily Clash of Clans. Thank you for asking. Unbiased Trader is a long DAX. Um, okay, you're looking to go long DAX. That's great. Great. I like that. Thank you, DJ. DJ is a member in our Discord community. I suppose that you are the same person, the same DJ that is a regular in our Discord. I think probably you are. And if even if you're not, thank you for being here and sharing this time with us. So let's get going. Let's take a look at euro dollar, then pound dollar, and we're gonna be looking at gold as well, since these are the popular go-to pairs. And I will be open for suggestions if you want me to look at perhaps Bitcoin or some, one of the miners or some other major pair. It's up to you. Let me know, and who knows, maybe I will incorporate it depending on how the flow goes, and depending on what kind of questions we have, right? Maybe depending on the questions, we might go a little bit of different direction. But let's start off with the euro dollar. Started from the higher time frame without going into too much details. I'm gonna be very short on it. If you think I'm skipping things, let me know in the chat, and I might come back to them or explain them with more detail. But since I go, top down analysis, the monthly doesn't really change that much. I you know we want to be getting to the lower time frame as fast as we can. So I'm gonna be going as fast, not as fast, but I mean, spending little time on the monthly. So we have a pattern, a reversal pattern. And thank you, Zarma Yusuf, for your suggestion. I will mark it and see if I can come back. I will put it in in line, and we will try to look at the pound Swiss as well, which is one of the pairs. If there's anything else, feel free to let me know. All right. This is a group effort. Yes, you watching here, it's interactive, so you have a saying in what we do here. Okay, so we have a reversal pattern on the monthly time frame. It looks sideways, and it is somewhat. We have been going sideways from some time, but within that range, there is a reversal pattern, which is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, and it goes all the way here to the lowest point, which is the bottom of that pattern. And once this is formed, and that's why I have the fib there, you can identify if the market is going to reverse, come back to push to that continuation, right? Because this is a breakdown, right? It broke that low, that significant low, and it came back. So far, as long as it doesn't take this high, it should be perceived as a pullback. I know it's a huge pullback, but that's what it is when you put things into perspective. So if the market is going to, if this breakdown is the prelude, right, the introduction, the initiation of a continuation to the downside, which it is likely to be based on market structure, then you can identify these two areas, the big purple one right here and the smaller one, as being possible areas where the market could reverse from. Could, right? Emphasis on could, because we really, it's not about predicting, it's about identifying where the probabilities are, and to catch them, basically, right? Catch these reversals. So we have one of them, and the market has, we are at the beginning of November. last month the market has reversed after initially touching it. It left that on the second retest, left that big wig pin bar, and then finished that off with an engulfing, a bearish one, right? So the monthly is telling us that it is doing what you know it should do if indeed it's going to reverse from this area. That needs to be seen in time, but in the meantime, it is telling us that yes, we got a supply area there, and we're looking for possible. It's not done yet because we still need to get more information, but it's already enough for us to take some actions. If price comes back to this area, we want to be looking for that short again, because that would make that would be the sensible area for price to continue its path downwards. Okay. The other one is just continuing, but that, of course, does not give us a lot of opportunity to get in, just the direction, which is also very important. So let's go to the weekly. And the weekly doesn't tell us a lot so far. Also, well, what it does tell us that we created, or price created, a couple of structures. The last one has been retested immediately, but it's still fresh. So even if price comes back in the following few weeks, we could be looking for a weekly signal as well within that monthly sell signal. So that's one thing we want to be looking, but that's not today, and probably not this week. So let's dive deeper into the time frames. And what we see here is that the market, right after we had this swing point, the market once there wasn't any structure here, any bullish structures to push price much higher, and the market actually, we see on the monthly the reaction on a much bigger quasi, the one that I showed you. And you see the weekly, the market reacting to a fresh order block immediately after creating it. And on the daily, the same movement, right? Because it's the same price, also creates uh, a a quasi, which is basically telling us the same thing, right? The market is forming that reversal, just in different granularity, if it makes sense to you, right? Different zoom, depending on what time frame the pattern is, it will show as a candlestick combination, right? A pin bar or engulfing on the outside bar. And if you zoom much deeper, you would see these, as it is reversing, you will see the order blocks being retested successfully. And if you zoom even deeper, you will see quansis, right? It's not all the time that this synchronization is visible. Not all the time, but a lot of the time it is, because basically all of these things, right? The reversal, the two candlestick combination on the monthly, the order flow retesting successfully on the weekly, and the quasi on the daily, basically they are describing, right? They are expressions of the same thing, right? Market reversing. So once you understand that, we understood, right? This is the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, and we identify two areas where market, if the market is going to, right, it's always conditional. If the market is going to reverse, one of these two are the likely place where it could do such a thing, and it did. And that's exactly what we had. And the target for that was the lowest point of the whole pattern, which on Friday it already touched and revisited and reached, basically. So that's one thing. So the daily basically completed the reversal pattern. And once it did that, there, as you can see, there isn't anything to the left for price to interact with. So either it's going to create a new, right? There isn't anything to the left. It broke that level, making a lower low, and either it's gonna, if it's going to reverse, have a little pop here, a little retrace. Hey, who do we have here? Jonathan.
How are you today?
I'm doing great. Doing my first opening of
Great.
the stream in in forever.
Yeah, yeah. First time. How
First
did it
time,
go? Let
yes.
me know in the
There's a
comments, guys. What do you think? What do you think about Victor's opening ceremony here? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Is he did he do a good job? Let me let us know.
Marcus. Marcus asking for gold.
Marcus.
Yes, I will be looking at gold just as Mo de Lessie uh, as well. Jonathan, how have you been?
Sorry, I had this weird noise. Just had to listen. It's a weird noise. Okay. Yeah, no, I've been good.
Are you
I've been
sure?
great.
You
Been
want to
great.
check it
Yep.
out?
Nah,
You
I'm
want to check
good.
out the noise?
Nah, no problem. I've been
Okay.
good. I've been good. I've not, haven't traded much. I've been very busy yesterday with lots of things. So I didn't really have a lot of time to look at the markets. I did enter a trade on GBP CAD last week, and that moved quite nicely
I
yesterday. And
know.
then
I was
today
in that
we
trade
had
too.
yeah, and then today we had the UK Chancellor. Is it Chancellor? Consular? I don't know what the UK woman, the Rachel Reeves, the UK Chancellor that is responsible for the I guess the fiscal policy of the UK and the budget and
Chancellor, yeah.
everything. Had a Chancellor. That's right. Yeah, Chancellor had a press conference this morning, and what a shit show! That was a catastrophic press conference. Okay, so she had this speech about like let's make Britain like maybe not let's make Britain great again, but let's make Britain better, right? And she had this speech and talked about how how like basically they get elected on the fact that we're never going to raise taxes for the working people. It's like labor's never going to raise taxes for the working people. Got to make sure that working people, strong. Do not tax them. And then they switch that around and say, we're going to tax everyone. We're going to increase taxes for everyone. and then in the press conference, the journalist basically said like, but isn't this a mockery to your past promises and policies? And she's like, starts stuttering and rambling on. And what we see on GBP CAD here is an absolute failure of an economy. Let's look at GBP USD. Let's see how that's one's making. Maybe this is going straight up. Maybe. Not so much, right? This is a major breakdown of a range right here. If I would be a technical trader, which I am, I would probably look at shorting this, which I probably would be interested in doing. The problem is though, I'm of course long on the GBP CAD here still. I really like the overall idea here that I have, low of the channel, looking for a type of mean reversion trade here in the higher time frames. So I got my average entry at around, I think, somewhere around here. So now, obviously, I'm looking to probably, look for a bounce here, waiting for this move, right? Because I got the stop loss in a comfortable position. I'm not gonna panic and sell right here because obviously I have a strong move to the downside, very violent, highly volatile move straight to the downside, a support level that has acted as support in the past. The news event is over, everything has been said and done, and no decisions has really been taken. I guess all the decisions might already have been taken, and then at the end of the month they're going to present the budget. But I think it's going to be a scenario where we might actually bounce and come up closer to my entry, and then I'm going to um, probably going to close this position at around break even, maybe a small win on this one. I don't think GBP CAD is going to be breaking down completely today. I think even if we do break down completely, there might be a initial bounce before that happened. Maybe this was the initial bounce, right? And then we're going to be breaking down now. But I think we have some room here. What do you think, Victor? What do you think?
I think there's a very beautiful possibility of a nice reaction, yes, long from where we are, and I'll tell you why I think that. Um, I will maybe let's change to mine. Thank you. So I was in that trade as well, although I got hit. My TP was at 72 or 70, I'm not sure. So I closed that position yesterday, or the position was closed yesterday, and the whole reason I got into the trade was because it was an exaggerated move. That was something doesn't happen very often, and but it did happen, and I capitalized on it, and I suppose that was one of the, well, maybe it wasn't, because I think you said something about a trend line or a I think you mentioned mean reversion as well. But anyways, my point in here was that what I identified was that this was a it's gonna have to it has to revert to the mean on a lower time frame before it continue, even if it continues. That was my general idea, and that went well. So I'm already out of the I was already out. But however, what we do see here, in spite of the fact that the market obviously has a very negative impulse to it, right? The momentum is to the downside on the higher time frames, and if I see this, um, in terms of without looking at the what you were talking about, right? There's that upwards trend, and I can understand that the market could push up, and that's why the reason I think it's a nice opportunity to go long here. But if you look just at the momentum, this is the moment where it needs to switch back long, because if it doesn't, we have this acceleration move. The first leg was already quite violent. The second leg was even more has even a higher potency in terms of momentum. It is, if this doesn't hold, and by this I mean the daily bullish order block, then the likely you know direction, the easy path is for price to continue going lower. So my question is then, where can I get in if the price is going to reverse? And I think there is a beautiful chance, and by say beautiful chance, I don't mean it's a high probability trade necessarily, but it is a profitable trade, because there's a lot of potential for this to happen, this to work, I mean. So there is a bullish order block right there. That's the first beginning. This move, right? The retrace we had is very little since what we've it's a tiny minor retracement. So a push a bit higher is still healthy in terms of market getting back to the mean. There's still that mean reversion trade that you identify. I still believe in it. So we do have that daily order block there. On the weekly, there's not going to be anything. Well, there is something to the left, but to me, that has already been retested, as you can see. So I find that to be, of not so relevant, not so strong, although it is there, right? So, but there's the second retest. That's not a clear reason for me to get in, but we do have the daily there. And if we go to the H4, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for that H4 to give me a reason. So I'm waiting for perhaps market to create that H4 today, right? Or maybe tomorrow, as long as it doesn't invalidate the daily order block. And if we go to looking for quasis, while before you came in, I was explaining how beautiful the fractal nature of the market is by showing, the same kind of movement, candlestick combinations and quasis, but just on different time frame, telling us the same thing. And you can apply that here as well, right? On
Can
the
I just
higher
take a
time
moment?
frames.
We do see all the comments, so we do see all the comments, all the questions, and everything. If you don't have to ask him multiple times, we are seeing all your comments. So we can't switch like at the very first moment that we see a chart request. We can't switch on that very immediate moment, because right now we're looking at GP CAD, and then later we go through all the questions, and we're going to go through all the chart requests. So keep them coming. Just make sure that we do read all the comments, and we're ready to help you out as soon as we're done with this.
Yes, for the person, the by PS Pharmacology, we do have I do have these two. Not surprisingly, you mentioned Pound Aussie, and I have it on the list. So I do have it on my watch list, and for a reason. And thank you for your suggestion. We'll get to it. So the thank you, Jonathan, by the way. So so I was saying, you can focus, you can apply the same things here on the higher time frame. See these structures being created, which are candlestick formation or combinations, and you go deeper. What you will see, the same way we did on EU, you would see on pound cat as well, which would be a quasi, one of the reversal patterns, the market uses all the time, which is only logical. So if we do that on the H4, as I said, there isn't a lot to be seen. Not yet. We'll have to see. There is an order block here, but it's not a reason for me to get in, because it's no longer exactly fresh and has been retested according to my personal rules. That candle right there, to me, is a reason not to use that order block. So I'm not going to be using it. It is there, but it is not relevant. So I'm going to make it smaller. What we do have is to the left, we do have an H4 order block, as you can see here. However, that as well has the same issue, right? It has been retested before, second retest, third retest. So that basically, that's not something I want to be using. I cannot use that. Doesn't help me a lot into identify if and when this reversal might happen. So if we go lower time frames, you will see that there is a quasi here on pound CAD, and the quasi is as follows, right? So we have, there we go. That's the established downtrend. It takes the neckline here, and even though it comes back a couple of times, really that quasi is still active, and the quasi, we're now getting into the order block. Now this order, the entry order block on the 1 hour, is quite wide. So it's not very useful. Basically, if the market is going to reverse, and I think there is a good chance that that still can happen, right? We had this huge 3 hour movement currently that just closed, which is an exaggeration, and the market does that all the time. It exaggerates first, and then it comes back calmly and rethinks and reconsiders everything, and then does the actual, more not more logical, but more congruent with the rest of the information we have, right? And the more congruent is that the mean reversion trade, even though later on, the market could continue to go, maybe it's going to do it now, but there is certainly, after such a move, there's certainly of room for a little bit of more retracing and reverting to some kind of a mean. So, and if the market is going to do that, this is the area. I know it's not perfect. I don't make it, but that's just what the market is giving us. This is the area that the market is likely to use for that mean reversion trade, which you are in, Jonathan, and I think it is still likely to happen. The only thing is that the daily needs to be held. So by the end of the day, it should not close below that level, which is here. You can see it with my cursor. It's 1.83672. That's one thing. But in the meantime, intraday, it can easily go lower, right? Lower that than that daily level, as you can see here. It can do all kinds of things, and hopefully it will give us that H4 order block that I'm looking for, or perhaps some other reasons to go for that long. But you have to be very precise on that, right? If it doesn't create any indication of a reversal, then we need then to consider that maybe the market is just going to continue the impulsive move to the downside, right? So because that's, in long term, that's the easy path. That's the path of least resistance to continue that move down. So I'm looking into not going short here as we are. I'm actually looking for a possible reversal, and which is what you're looking for as well, Jonathan.
Yes, have you talked about the targets for this one? Because what I'm looking at for a target is a move up towards, I believe it's 180, around 186 is what I'm looking for at for a target. So what would be your target here if you're looking at, let's say, the daily and the 4 hour, if you're going long?
In this case, previously the target that I had was based on this order block. What else could it be based on? I'm Victor. So what it was based was on this order block right here, and that's why I was targeting something in the 70s, but that's already done. That level has been consumed already, so it's not something we can use anymore. If I'm looking for a quasi, which I am, on the 1 hour, and if I the target that I would have is right, it's the top of the structure, right? If it goes higher, whatever, if it reverse it from here, I'm gonna be looking for the market to reach this level again. So that's going to be 184.90 something, and depending on how it moves, how it does that, I could extend the target, right? If there is, for example, if we get on, oh, we weren't looking at mine.
No, we're looking at yours.
Oh, okay. So, for example, if we get here let's say inside here, in there, we get tighter order, daily candles, and we start getting bullish order blocks, or even better, outside bars being created before it reaches the target, then that would give me a reason to understand that the market on a higher level is telling us it wants to go higher on a daily. If the daily is telling me, is giving me reasons to take this target, let me mark this as, somehow it didn't mark. Let me mark it again. um let me put it, I think the time frame is the issue, so let me put it here. Yeah, all right. So if the daily here, there isn't a lot of place here. As you can see, the candles are quite wide and large. But if the daily gives me a reason, a bullish order block or an outside bar or something in that, one of those signals that I use before reaching the target, then I can expand this, and I would be looking for the next structure on the daily, I'm sorry, that would be reached. So it would be something like this, and I would be, because this move was quite impulsive, I would need to be conservative about it. So what I would do is look for the next level down. That would be H4 in front of this daily. So I would be looking for, there isn't a lot, so I would be trying to catch something before that structure. So meaning, let's I would be looking for something like that, the market to reach, perhaps even this one. um depending on how bullish the reaction is. I think
Yeah.
this makes more sense to me. Understanding that the market is likely to be going for this level, but before it gets there, it can do all kinds of movement, and I want to be out before it reaches it. So that would be but that's only dependent on the daily time frame as well, um giving us the price action that means that it wants to go much higher. But if it doesn't do that, I'm only going to be marking this and target it as a, maybe an overnight, but not something much more than that. Just the high,
All right, awesome.
just to the
Let's
next
head
conclusion.
over and look at gold quickly, see if we can find anything interesting here. So, this idea we've talked about previously. Let me see if I can just change this, add this to a folder here. So, we're going to just name this M structure. Triangle pattern to organize it a little bit. Okay, so what we have here for gold is, I mean,
I'm
I
going to be
think
right back,
that,
Jonathan.
yeah, no problem. So looking at gold right here, looking for first talking about gold from more of a fundamental perspective, I would say that, okay, so first of all, I'm not an expert at fundamentals. I'm not LGA. All I can say is the things that I've read from articles and other analysts, and I don't think that we have seen long-term end to the debasement trade. You know, the debasement trade that everyone talked about a couple of weeks ago and have been talking about for a long time. And the debasement trade basically is you see that currencies are, you're seeing the devaluation of currencies and you're seeing inflation go up. Basically, the money that you hold in your bank account is losing value. And also, you have the geopolitical risks and things like that with the Ukraine and Russia conflict, or war, I should say, caused a massive spike in the interest of gold, and then it peaked. Of course, we saw a massive euphoria in the physical gold markets as well as in price, and people started talking about that debasement trade. It was on all everyone's lips, right? And that caused a, well, I'm not going to say that that specifically caused a top in gold, but we did see a top on gold no matter what caused it. We had a top in gold, at least a local top. The question is the fundamental reasons for the debasement trade still active? Well, I can't say with certainty that that is the case because I have not personally done the research on this. But like I said, going through the sources that I have, which is the same sources that you guys have, basically the news outlets and newsletters and all of that, I think we're going to see another run on gold. Not, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but within the next 3 months, I would say at least 3 to 6 months, I think we're going to get another leg to the upside on gold. So the question is, where is the low for gold prior to that move? As you guys know, I've been looking to go long on gold for ever since this top, and I'm looking for a base to be built on gold. Okay, and there might be a case that this is what's happening right now. The longer we stay within this area, the more bullish I become. Okay, if we start drifting lower, I will simply start looking for a new base to be built. But I think the longer we stay in this area, the more bullish I'll become on gold, because if we start drifting lower, I'm of course going to start looking at lower levels, maybe this one at around right below 3,700, or the high time frame breakout area at around 3,450 right here. Those are good potential areas for another base to be built for me to accumulate a long position on gold. I'm simply waiting for the very best opportunity to go long on gold. So this is my view on gold long term. And looking at the daily, we have a daily bullish engulfing candle right here. We have one daily candle with a big wick to the downside, another candle with a big wick to the upside. Tells you that, you know, the first candle we had buyers taking over, the next candle sellers taking over. So those two candles together kind of forms a indecision candle. And I think if we move to the 2-day chart, we will see exactly that. No, we did not. So let's forget about that and focus instead of those two candles. It tells us that there's indecision, and then there's like a big bullish engulfing candle right here. Going into the 4-hour, we do see a range with rather bullish characteristics. Could be viewed as either a rising wedge, we use the rising channel, but we do have a range. And again, the longer we stay within this area, the better for gold. So if we continue to trade within this area for the next few weeks or so and then break out, I will go long on gold on the breakout, and I will target the highs, and I will be looking to have a stop loss based on that break. I could take partial profits here and then full profit here, with leaving maybe 25% of the position open for a long-term breakout to the upside. But I do think that we're going to get, the next test of the all-time highs is going to be a rejection like it usually is. But if it's a breakout, then I'll buy that breakout just in the same way as I bought this breakout. I think that there is a high probability of gold to move lower in the next few weeks or the next few months before we start to build that long-term base for what I believe is a next long-term leg to the upside. So the levels I'm looking at again is 3,000, around 3,700 and 3,450, around this level for a long-term base. But we don't know where that is gonna happen. If we look at gold here from a perspective of the Fibonacci levels, we can see that we have the 50% down here, and if we add the 0.382. Where is the 0.382? Where is that? It's let's just use this one. 0.382. We're probably going to see that we're hovering around this 0.382 right now. And there we go. We're building this range, and interestingly enough, looking at the 4-hour, the range EQ of this range that I mark out fits perfectly with the Fibonacci level of 0.382 in a very strong bull market. When the momentum is very bullish, especially on the higher time frames, you'll see markets, they don't come down to that deep retracement level on the Fibonacci scale. So on the Fibonacci sequence, you have that deep retrace sitting below the 0.618 because it's a above 60% retracement. That's a big retracement of the move. A lot of times you'll see markets, they hit the 50%, 50% level, building a base here. But if you have a market that is very strong, you will see that you're going to get a base around the 0.382 a lot of times. And if there's no retrace in the trend, if it's just a pause in the trend, you can a lot of times see that move stopping on the 0.236. So if we add that one right here, it's going to be up here. Now, interestingly enough, the 0.236 lines up with this resistance very nicely here. So one could say that we have now reclaimed the 0.382 right here. Next target is the 0.236, and then the next target is the high of the move. So one way of identifying which fib levels are good, it's by looking at past price action. How has past price action reacted to the levels that we get right now? And you can see here 0.382, perfect retest right there. We have 0.236, price reacting with resistance. We got that mid zone right here. So this fib, price respects these fib levels very much, and they're obviously very important for gold. So I would say, if you're trading this pull back right here, I would use each of these levels as levels of potential buy the dip areas. Now, remember I said the next level, if we break below the 50 and break below this area, would be 3,700, which is around that level. Look at how nicely this fits in with the 0.618 level of the fib. So I'm looking at the reload zone right here. That's my, speaking in ICT language, that's my optimal trade entry. Now, speaking of ICT, the optimal trade entry is the reload zone. They're the same thing, because what you see is the move down into the OTE or the reload zone means that the market has retraced to an area where if it moves lower, it's going to be a double bottom. And if it moves even lower, it's going to break the trend. So this, to me, is the perfect area to build a long position in a market that is overall bullish, but you're having a retrace. So break above the range high right here, and I will open a long position with TP1 and TP2, break down, and I'll look to form a range here, and then we break out here. I can have a swing trade where you have basically an entry here, stops all the way below wherever that range is, and then you can TP at all of these fib, 0.382, 0.236, and then here up at the highs. That's my plan for gold. So all of you in the comment section, I know that you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, this is the higher time frames. He's talking about swing trading. Why are you not looking at the lower time frames? Well, one, I think the lower time frames, lower than the 1 hour, is it has more to do with noise than actual sustainable moves. Now, to be able to trade the lower time frames, and by lower time frames I mean sub 1 hour, you need to have a very specific technical system that is tested, and the signals of that system has been tested on gold, and you can comfortably prove to yourself with your own statistics that this is profitable. If you don't have that, then I don't think you have anything to do on these lower time frames on gold, because this right here is, these moves are not happening because of sustained monetary policy, macroeconomics, or geopolitical moves. This is simply noise within the bigger picture, and I'm trading the bigger picture. Why most people feel like gold is difficult to trade is because you're trading this right here and you're not trading this. And that's a huge difference that I feel like 99% of you watching probably need to understand. If you're on lower than the 1 hour, you got to think that maybe you're actually gambling more than you're actually trading. So that's my views on gold today.
There's a funny comment here that I don't think we should go into. But it says on you with Jonathan trades ICT. Which PD array will you use? If anyone knows who has been watching us, we try to, of course, these ideas that ICT has are universal. They're not only strictly ICT. And but let's move on. Let's move
I
on. We
trade
have
technical analysis. ICT is also technical analysis. It's the same thing. Technical analysis is technical analysis. Doesn't really matter what you name it.
Yes.
It is what it is. I trade classical short patterns, classical candlestick patterns. I trade classical technical analysis, basically where it all began. And
Yes.
it's sort of like all of these self-help book. It's the last couple of years it's been obviously the industry of self-help gurus and self-help books, and how to become more confident and things like that has really exploded. People love that stuff, like motivational things, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
if you take probably look at the 10 best selling self-help book on Amazon, you can probably take all of that and then you can distill it into what the Stoics said in the like the ancient Stoics. It's so they are the original self-help gurus, and everything that you read in today's book has already been said, and there's already a structure for all of that. Basically, all the new self-help books, they took the Stoics and they repackaged it and said, here, buy this book. It's the same with ICT. ICT took the concepts that have the wheel has already been invented. Then he took the wheel, he made it another shape, called it another name, and then sold that. So that's what the way I look at that.
Thank you for your insights, Jonathan. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
By the way, we have something as a announcement. Someone here, and when you behave this way, I'll point it out and I'll tell you what I think about it. This person, Ignacio, thank you for your comment. However,
Is that
if you're
you?
gonna,
Well, who's the gold boy though? You need to
I
specify that
have no
because if
idea. I wasn't talking about gold, or was I? I don't know. But even if I were, if I was, maybe it's someone in the
it's not
chat.
you, man. You're not the golden boy. You're
I
definitely
know,
not the
I
golden
know.
boy. That must be me. I am the golden boy.
No, but even maybe it's someone from the chat. So because there
I
was
mean,
some.
look at me, Victor. I'm definitely the golden boy.
Yes, you are, Jonathan. However, maybe it is someone who said something about gold in the chat, and they're within against each other in the chat. Ignacio, this is what and this goes for everyone. If you can't behave respectfully and matured, this kind of comment we do not tolerate. This will get you banned from our chat, just because this is not the way grown up express their point of view. So keep that in mind, Ignacio. I think
Yes, but before we ban him, we need to specify who's the golden boy. Is it me or Victor? That's that's the most important thing here.
I think it is you. I wasn't talking about gold, so I'm pretty positive it is you,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Right. Okay. So, guys, we are almost at 90,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, which means we're getting closer and closer to that magical 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. So, please make sure that you do like the live stream if you haven't already. That's going to activate the algorithm, get more people in here. And then when you're in here, make sure to hit that subscribe. It's a very small, because I know that a lot of you get notified through email and you see us on the homepage of YouTube. And I can see that we have about 30 or 40% of you who are not subscribed. So a lot of you watching, you're actually not subscribed to the channel. And I know sometimes a lot of people, they subscribe and they say, oh, I'm surprised I was not subscribed already. Well, take that extra 10 seconds and just go to where you watch this live stream right now on YouTube. And if you're watching on X, get over to YouTube and just exit full screen and scroll down and see where you have the logo where it says the 5ers, and see if you are subscribed. A lot of you are not subscribed, so I would highly recommend or highly appreciate if you do subscribe.
Yeah,
Okay.
and people might think, why are we saying this if they come to our streams with regularity? What is the need of a subscription? Well, the thing is that social media works with algorithms. Algorithms are little programs that that is how it decides what it shows, what it suggests to new people. And if you believe in our cause, meaning we want to be reaching more people, educating, entertaining, sharing our views, and help you along your way in the prop firm industry, then that's the way we can reach the most. It is by having more subscribers and having higher likes will activate the algorithm in the direction we want, which is to reach more people in an organic way. So that's the reason we do that. And Black Mamba is of the opinion that he confirms you are the gold boy, Jonathan. Black
Is
Mamba
that what it
knows it.
means? Oh, nice. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you, Black Mamba. Black Mamba Trading. That's good. It's a good name. Interesting name. Right. Okay. So, what are we looking at today then in terms of the global market? So, we have a possible base being built on gold. So, I'm trying to go through the markets here that I know a lot of you are interested in here, and can I try to give a quick overview of what I'm watching here in the market. So let's start with gold. We already talked about gold. I have the I want lower prices on gold. I'm going to be buying lower prices on gold, but there is a possibility of building a base here for gold long term. I do not think. I think it's a higher probability of going down, but we need to follow whatever price does. The S&P 500 has had a rather big move to the downside here on the daily. We are down on the daily. At max we went down 1.42%, which is quite a big move on the S&P 500, hitting a support right here. We have filled the gap right here from Monday, I believe that was right. Was that Monday? No, that was last Monday, I believe. And we have filled that, came down into support, looking good. We're probably going to be bouncing here. Looks like still a very bullish market. One thing that I'm very interested in is the dollar currency index. We're currently seeing the dollar currency index at a high time frame support level. This is on the weekly, and I think there is a case to be made for more dollar upside here in the next few weeks. Okay, so long term dollar probably going to see weakness, but in the next few weeks I do think that they're going into the year end, I think we're going to get more dollar strength. And if we look at the dollar currency index moving up, then of course euro USD will move it down because they are very negatively correlated against each other. And if you look at euro USD right here, we do have a confirmed breakdown. We have a daily open and close above a significant range low area. We have a confirmed breakout. Now, if we apply the dollar currency index to this chart and we look at where's the most probable resistance for dollar currency index, it lines up with an EU move about 500 pips to the downside, where obviously the most optimal is going to be around 250 pips to the downside to hit that level. That is still quite a big move, and I think that is very possible if dollar strength is going to continue here. Same thing goes with GBP USD. Now, looking at the weakness of the pound overall in the market, the break below this range right here on the pound is, in my opinion, quite significant. And what I'm watching here is a potential move all the way down here if this move continues. Now we're talking about a 1,000 pip move to the downside. Is that going to happen? Probably not, because we only have, three months left of the year. Can this happen in 3 months? Probably not. I don't think we're going to get that move, but we might actually get a move down to perhaps this level, which is a pretty decent, 150 to 200 pip move to the downside. But if the S&P 400 bounces here, if the S&P 400 is going to bounce here, and the dollar currency index is going to reject at this resistance, we are most likely going to be on back into that full risk on mode, and the dollar comes lower, your USD moves higher. So here is a question of, are we going to follow the technicals that tells us that there is dollar strength and maybe look at shorting pairs against the dollar and going long the dollar based on purely technicals, or are we going to also think about the fundamental factors that is potentially putting weakness on the dollar when the government opens and we get more of that data coming out? That's a couple of questions that I will leave you guys with, and I will leave you in the very comfortable and capable hands of Pedro. What's up, Pedro, and welcome.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Good morning.
Did you when you had your breakfast, you looked at the press conference, the budget? Is that what you
Which
did?
budget?
You have
What?
no idea
Which
what
budget?
I'm talking about. Rachel Reeve had a press conference this morning, and I was sure that you went up early to watch it.
No, I
No.
didn't watch anything. I don't care about budgets. Who care about budgets? There's no budgets. We just spend money. Who cares about budgets in here?
Right. So, guys, I will appreciate Victor here this morning, and then Pedro coming in and covering as well. I'm gonna jump off, and I have some things I need to fix. We got an announcement as well, guys. So you guys been asking for a live stream on Fridays, right? I'm getting DMs on Instagram lately. I've been getting a lot of DMs that are asking like, "Where are you? Why you're not live on Fridays?" But we're gonna start with a special project every Friday. So you guys know that I'm studying CMT, and I'm trying to become an industry expert at technical analysis. And I think what I want to do is I want to build a educational project here at The5ers where I try to share all of my knowledge to you guys for free, of course, and really try to strengthen everyone's knowledge and expertise in technical analysis. So that's what I'm going to do on Friday. We're going to have educational webinars every Friday that is structured in a way where you are going to get everything from the very basics of technical analysis to the more advanced stuff and how to actually build systems with this information in a structured and streamlined way. That is starting this Friday at 12 p.m. GMT this Friday. So I do hope that I'm going to see you all in that webinar. With that said, I will see you guys later. Take care.
Take care, Jonathan. Thank you
Jonathan.
for your views and your opinions. Well appreciated opinions.
Thank you for your opinions, Victor. All right, take care. Bye.
Bye. Jonathan is always funny. Pedro, how have you been? By the way, how is my mic? Because I up the sensitivity. I had some comments in the chat that someone, at least one person, was unable to hear me. How is the voice? By the way, mine that is.
I can hear you just as usual. So I think on my hand, it's all the same. I can hear Quasimodo's other blocks, like different time frames. I can hear all of it.
All right. So have you had any trades today? Because we had a huge move on a pound, which was what Jonathan was alluding to, based on the speech of some chancellor, pound chancellor. I mean, Bank of Britain. I mean, England. But are you in any trade? Did you have a trade? Are you looking to get into the move?
Well, in terms of the dollar, I am curious in regards to this, to the supply level on the dollar index, to see if there's going to be any type of opportunities to look for shorts on the dollar, and as a consequence, of course, potentially looking on on longs on euro dollar, pound dollar, and so on. However, I'm not a big fan of where neither the pound dollar or the euro dollar are reacting at this point. So, for example, on euro dollar, I would like to see price maybe going a little bit further down, closer to this next structure. I don't really see anything. This may be a big fair value gap. I don't really just trade fair value gaps in there. I like to look at any order block or demand levels to try to find a level to try to trade from. And at this point, the euro dollar is a bit far away, and the pound dollar as well. I don't really like where price is reacting when you're looking left. Actually, if you zoom in a little bit into here, it looks like a little bit of a compression already up and down, price spiking at the previous levels. Maybe there's a little bit of this level on the 4-hour time frame, but it's literally in the middle with a little bit of structure in there as well. But I wouldn't be surprised if eventually the pound dollar just continue to go maybe close to this 1.29 or something like that. But I will keep monitoring. If the dollar index end up reacting properly from here and maybe it breaks this today low already, maybe then it's going to be opportunity to look for those reversals. Otherwise, I'll just keep on letting the pound and the euro moving a bit more to the downside. And maybe even in regards to try to find an opportunity on the dollar, maybe dollar franc Swiss is a better option to try to look for a short now that price is approaching again these tops in here. This was kind of that trade 2 weeks ago that ended up missing, and maybe even dollar cut. So maybe there's another dollar pairs that I may take or look to take advantage on this dollar move. Personally, I'm not a big fan of where the pound or the euro is reacting. As a counter trend trader, I don't really like it. If I was a continuation trader, maybe there were opportunities to jump into these short opportunities, maybe yesterday or something like that. Now that price broke, as we know, last week we broke those major moves. So that's a little bit on the dollar. I am indeed on the trade that we talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us on the Dow. So both of us looked at the Dow on that Thursday,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up taking the short on the Dow on that day, which is this one. So I'm still on the short in one account. Another one already kind of closed it. Of course, I already took some partials, but we did talk about this double top with the Quasimodo, and I ended up taking the trade in there. And initial target was within this demand zone. Then I decided to test to see if price would break or not this level. When it broke it, I decided to extend my target. In one of the accounts, it closed actually second position in year on the sort of test of support resistance. In another one, I just took some profit this morning, but I still have another one open or kind of some profit open because I'm looking potential for price to come back into this trend line. And this is level also a monthly level, if not mistaken. No, not exactly monthly. I don't even know. Yeah, monthly, somewhere around this week in here on a monthly time frame. So yeah, that's basically the second level that I have in there. So I did manage to catch that one. I didn't catch anything, unfortunately, on S&P or NASDAQ. Those were the ones that actually initially I was looking for. I rarely trade the Dow, but this time I did manage to catch that one on the Dow. So we'll see. That's a trade. I mean, since last week. What about you? What is
Beautiful.
your take on the What is your take on the dollar? What do you make of
Well,
it? And then you're on the pound.
Sure. Let me switch to mine, and as the screen is catching up, I'm right here on euro dollar. Let's take a look from the higher time frames quickly, just to know where we came from. What's happening on the higher time frame? Actually, normally in the higher time frame, it just pinks. Shows a slow moving, some signals in the past and possibility in the future. But this time around, the monthly is just closed a bearish order block, and it's not just at a random place. It did it at a entry order block short on that quasi, meaning that the monthly is in action. That's something you need to be understanding as a trader. Even though you don't trade, most of us don't trade the monthly, but the monthly is is the hourlies are telling you we're going lower most likely. So we have here a fresh order block, but so far this tells us and tells everyone that the market wants to go
1 second. Is this me or is it Victor?
Lower. There's a lag, right?
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a
me.
little bit
This
of
is
a
me.
lag. Okay. Okay, just trying to confirm that.
Lag, but I think it is okay now. Let us know in the chat if that's not the case. So we have the on the lower time frames as well, or one step lower. On the weekly, we have a fresh order block that was retested initially. That can still have another retest, which would be the first retest. It sounds weird, but it is like that. But in the meantime, the fact that we created and had an immediate retest, that tells you that who is in control. That's the short. And you can see the retest. It is going. It is creating its way. It's paving its way down. And if you go to the daily, a larger bullish quasi right here, but that doesn't come into play. I can get this to work. This is the established downtrend, break of the neckline, and until then, I'm stopping price for price going much lower, either directly or with a detour, a pop, as it is going lower. But that's one thing. So there isn't anything to stop price to the left. There isn't anything. And if you go to current price action, so I'm going to take out this line. What do we see? Price didn't really exactly create an order block here, not surprisingly, right? It didn't the second time around. There wasn't a demand zone there, as you can see. It just pushed lower, but as a swing point, the market actually, I was talking about that earlier, just before Jonathan came in. We do have a quasi here on the that's the reversal, and you see, you can spot these patterns all the time, because that's one of the most used ways the market to reverse from, right? Using these reverse breaking structure, going back for a retrace, and using some structure for its continuation. What do I mean by that? There is a left shoulder, head, neckline. It breaks the structure right here by breaking that low, and then comes back for a retracement into a structure that makes sense before it continues in that direction, the direction of the break of the structure. That's the blueprint. It doesn't always use that, but that's a very common methodical way of identifying reversals in the market. Pedro knows all about it because he trades quasi as well. So what we see here is that the market not only reached target for the bearish quasi I just indicated, but close below that, indicating that it broke. To me, it not only retested and tried to manipulate and get some liquidity. No, it actually broke there. So makes this break a much more certain, although nothing is certain in trading until it actually happens. But you see there, that's the first sign that the market does not only want to retest, but also break and perhaps break down much lower. You had the close there below that blue line. We talked about that earlier. And the second day, even though a little pop is still possible, and by a little, this is the daily, so a little pop would be coming back and failing to hold this level and going lower. That's still possible, and maybe that is going to happen. But so far, the market is indicating that it is weak. The sellers are in control. So that's the daily. There isn't a daily indication other than this line. If we come better, we are breaking down, or we have been trapping traders, right? So you want to be looking at that level. That level is 115 for you can go in. We had a trade that was on Monday that I had, but today it didn't tap me in. We do have an H4 order block currently, which is that order block right here. And you can see that it's breaking bullish structures, right? This is the order block before we had it was retested, right? So we did have, this is the creation of the order block, right? So this is the creation. We had buyers coming in, creating that order block. It retests and even squeezes it by quite some, but does not invalidate it. It has the reaction, right? That's the retest the follow through movement. The only thing is that's it. That's the movement of the order block. And once the effect of the order block is consumed or has happened, the general market structure, the general market sentiment will kick in back and push price in the direction of least resistance, which is down. And today, actually, not long ago, about 40 minutes or so, 48 minutes, we closed below that order block and invalidating it. And that's this a bullish order block, which is on the H4, right? It's that's the H2, but it is the H4 that got invalidated as well, the H2. So it breaks bullish structure and it creates bearish ones. Very simple, nothing too complicated. This is not rocket science. It's simple TA order blocks. And so it is telling us that the market is weak. We saw that from the daily, right? We had the daily close on Friday on below the level, right? The crucial level. And all of this is just the market telling you the same thing on different frequencies, basically different time frame, telling you the reaction breaking of bullish structures, creating bearish one. Sellers are in control. On the daily time frame, it does that as well. So I'm looking for where can I tap in, where can I participate in this weakness. It may change. The weakness can be undone later on, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but as long it is present, our job, at least my job as a trader, is to ride the wave, right? Identifying where the wave is going, who of the two parties have the upper hand, and see how I can position myself that I can ride that wave, right? Going that direction of the least resistance. So what I see here is a bearish order block being created. We got it right here when you had the initial reaction to that lower order block, lower border of that order block. And if we go to the H2, there is a bigger, I don't like that because there isn't a much better area on the H1, which is exactly where I would be sitting with my, my trades being ready, not pending, but ready to catch the move down. So I may not get it, and that's just how I trade, but I'm going to be waiting for price to go and retest a structure that gives me the possibility of getting in with the move down, with a continuation, with being able to catch with a low tight tight stop, and being able to target, as you may have known me, higher and that's fine. Yesterday we had this trade. I talked about it on the stream, and that closed at the after. That was based on the quasi right here, which we did the same, right? We identify H4 and some other hourly structure. Same thing. It doesn't happen all the time, right? But it happens quite often where you have these areas that get being retested, and the market the market reverses on the lower time frame. I get in and I target something that makes sense on that lower, on a little bit higher time frame, not lower time frame, and then it gets hit and the market does it again, right? Comes back to some area, right, where it is, if it is going to go down, and sometimes it just goes straight away and there's nothing I can do, I'm not going to get in. But if it comes back and it is going to reverse, those two things need to happen, then this is the area that is likely that it will be looking for. And on the 5-minute, I identified the two structures right there, as you can see, which are currently my levels that I would be looking to short if and when price comes back and gives me the indication that it is going to reverse and continue lower. Doesn't always do that. And there are other ways, right? There you can see that there are other, on the 5-minute, the second one has a 50-minute order block as well in the top. So that gives me the idea, that gives me the preference of taking this entry order block on the 5-minute because it has 15-minute confluence as well. But those are just ideas that you can use on yourself. And for those who are scalping, right? You can see how the reaction, right? This is so, I want to say easy, but then again, trading looks easy, but it's not easy. These reaction from the the lower border of that order block are so common, and I see them all the time. And actually, I trade them. This is the way that I scalp these structures, higher time frame structures on the hourly, the daily, when they get touched, especially the first time, but multiple times after the first one as well, you will get these kind of movement. It might be just 5 pips, 4 pips. That's plenty to trade if you're a scalper. So the question you asked, Pedro, was, what am I seeing on euro dollar? I see weakness. And that's what I expect until the market switches either by fundamental news or just,
Yeah, 1 second, Vitor. I think exactly in the moment that you're answering,
price.
I think in the moment that you answered, there was a little bit of a lag on your on your system. Yeah, I don't know if
What?
Vitor is. Yeah, sorry, Vitor. Every now and then there is a little bit of a lag on your system. And now that you are answering kind of in the bigger picture what you're looking for on the euro dollar, there was a little bit of a lag, so I couldn't really get your answer. But maybe your answer can be also an answer to Bobby Fischer question, which is mentioning that he's also looking for those potential shorts on euro dollar that you just showed on the world time frame, but he's afraid because price is in a big fair value gap, and he's afraid that price may go higher on the left side. So how would
Yeah,
you
the
answer
daily
that
time
one?
frame.
Uh-huh.
On the daily time frame, we are in a fair value gap. I have to say that I do not use fair value gaps. I know price reacts to them, and I do not use them. That's my honest. Yeah. That's the point.
That's
Um,
mine too.
in all transparency, I don't use them. I You do see that the price reacts to them a lot of the times, but what I did was a very data driven choice where I identify different market structures, different phenomena, different price action um, combinations or concepts, and I chose the one that had the best results for me, which is the order block. That's why I emphasize. And yes, fair value gap can give you entries as well, or indication of where the market could bounce. But what I've seen is that the order blocks, if you use the order blocks, and especially in conjunction with quasis, um, at least my experience, my data, by the way that I trade, I get better results. Fair value gap did not have, um, and I'm not saying that's the absolute truth for everyone. Maybe for you or for someone else, fair value gap might be the thing you need. But from what I measured, doing the things that I do, the order blocks was more had a better result. So I just made a decision not to be looking at the fair value gap. The thing is, there are so many tools, there are so many concepts that you need to focus and test out a few and choose the one that gives you the best result. Not only that makes the most logic or sense, but gives you the result, the data. And the data didn't tell me that I should be looking and using the fair value gap, or, for example, avoiding it. Avoiding it. What we know is that when we have, even with fair value gap, when you have impulsive move, for example, when you have high impact news, typically what you'll have is it will leave very fair value gaps as it is pushing with a lot of momentum, leaving those imbalances behind. But a lot of the times, you've seen this, Peter, as well. The market comes all the way back to the beginning, the initiation of the move, right? Through all of that fair value gap, all that imbalance, and what lies at the beginning of that move? It's not fair value gap; it is order blocks, right? Where the engulf. Just a little thought there, but I mean, you could. but the answer is I
It's a
simply
good
do.
question.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Victor. Again,
Yes, there
it's
is.
a question exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. There's a yes. Fear imbalance, right? That's what they indicate. They indicate that the market is so much one-sided that it does not come back with the third wick, the third candle wick, and touch the same level as the first candle's upper wick in the case of a bullish fair value gap. That tells you something about the momentum, about the power. And yes, if you could, I'm not using it, but you could further select the order blocks and perhaps indicate, differentiate the order blocks by using it in combination with fair value gap. I'm not using it. I haven't checked if it improves specifically that question, whether because the way that I trade, I use the quasis and the areas, and I simply don't. I when I back tested it, I didn't measure, if there is a fair value gap at the order blocks of interest, does that change improve my, more my win rate or any other measurements that I do on the performance of my system. Simply, so I don't have that question, but it looks very interesting. I would assume um, that for a certain setup where you need price to revisit a place of a lot of liquidity, a lot of power that created it. If your setup is dependent on such a occurrence, then fair value gap, in my view, would be a great place or a great way to identify them, because that's exactly what they are. Imbalances where the market was so one-sided that couldn't come back, and just left these imbalances behind. Great question, by the way, Bobby Fischer. No problem, no problem. Come along, Bobby Fischer, in our more often to our stream. Perhaps we can revisit this idea, right? Either you or I, or we can do this in the Discord sessions. We do these things as well, right? Where you have a question and we go back and times just by other members suggesting or making certain questions, things you can add or subtract to your system to make it better. So keep them coming. We
Next, Victor, you may need to just to check a bit your connection.
and I'm not assuming in the sense that from I don't have the data. That's why I said I'm assuming, and because I haven't measured it, but I've seen it quite often. While trading, while doing back testing, so I get a feeling. I know, right? So I can't put my finger on it. This happens when you use fair value gaps in certain situations, because I haven't measured it, and that's why it's a guess, but it's an education from what I've seen so far. All right, perfect. Pedro, would you asking for Swiss yen? Maybe we can take a look at that as well, or some other.
Yeah, I can take a look at. I can take a look at franc yen. Maybe before that, again, Peter, I don't know exactly because of the lagging that you are having a little bit. I don't know when you are answering a question or not. Jesus, if you want to be a little bit more clear on what is your take on the franc yen, okay? So if you want to share, if you are looking for long, shorts, what levels are you thinking about taking a trade, or time frame as well, that will always help with with the analysis that we are doing. I was just looking at the franc Swiss yen. Basically for the first time, or one of the first times. I don't really trade this asset. I just noticed that this is at the super, I don't know if it is all-time highs or not, but based on the data that we have, all the way from 1973 is literally at all-time high. So we can see that is quite strong at this point. So of course you need to have that in consideration if you are by any chance looking for any kind of reversal setup at this point in here, which can be a bit tricky.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Victor. However, when you're looking at it, for example, this could have been a great long after breaking that previous high. Price retested it and it just moved to the upside. Now we may get into a situation where we may have some retracement a little bit, and maybe we can be looking at this next level somewhere around here. Looking into the lower time frame, I think this is actually quite an interesting move. Price just managed to fake out slightly these stops quite nicely after initially trying to go lower. So we fake out everyone that was still looking to look for shorts at around this level, and then basically retested already this left shoulder with this move. So by any chance, if anyone was looking for shorts, this somewhere around here could have been an interesting place to look for a short. Okay, so that would be something personally maybe I'll be interested in. As a target, I'll be looking for price most likely to aim close to these lows again. So at this point, this is more or less the trade. We do have still this gap, and the price, if it wants to go a little bit lower, then you do have the next structure somewhere around here. Of course, you can have that gap as well. But for now, for any potential moves to downside around this level, be looking to see how price reacts from here. If it respects, it starts moving higher. Maybe there is a chance to look for longs again. Otherwise, yeah, at this point, personally, I'll be waiting after price made that move, try to see how price may react from this level around there, with the possibility that price maybe can still even go a little bit lower. The reason for that as well is because we actually, and looking at the yen pair, something that I like to do is look at the yen index. Okay, so when you're looking at the yen index, that's a great index to actually look at correlation, and you have seen definitely the strength on the yen index that we have seen even today or basically in the last few days, which led into these short opportunities on euro yen, pound yen, franc yen as well, even maybe CAD yen, and so on and so forth. So yeah, with that move, that's going to be interesting. So for example, if this yen index now does manage to break above this structure, maybe then it's going to be looking to go towards that direction. So if that happens, we are going to be looking at more shorts on those individual yen pairs. If by any chance this level holds and price kind of starts going back down again, so maybe going to have a little bit of a strength on the other individual yen pair. So paying attention to this one is quite nice. This morning, as you know, we already had this big move to the upside, which was a big sell-off on pound yen, euro yen, and so on. So that's something that I'm monitoring. Bigger picture on the yen index, we are getting closer to these lows. Maybe there's still a little bit more of a room to the downside that we can look for, but it's not about whether our price is already reacting. So we could anticipate or start to see a little bit of strength on this move. We also did manage to take slightly this top, and we never closed the gap. So if eventually the yen index has the intention to go higher to test this level or eventually close the gap, we're going to be looking at this move to the upside. So yes, we have been looking at a lot of weakness on the yen, and maybe that can be close to an end, and potentially can start seeing a little bit of strength on the end as well. And there's maybe some factors with it, with the new change of prime minister, the deal that they made last week with America, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's basically my take on the franc yen and a little bit of the yen pairs. Yeah, you're back, Vitor. Welcome.
I am, yes. Is the lag better or not?
Yeah, let's give it a little bit of more time. I think your Wi-Fi looks there's a little bit more bars, so it looks like it's better. But after you start speaking a little bit more often, I think you're going to realize if the Wi-Fi is better, or if not Wi-Fi, if the lagging is better. or
So
not?
I didn't
What
have
did you
all
see it?
the bars.
No, you're kind of just at one bar
I was.
covered. Yes. Now you have three, right?
Okay.
Yes, something like that. Some three. Yeah. Now
Yeah,
it looks
yeah.
better. The connection looks better now.
I look better. Thank you. I look better. I know that. All right. We silly joke. All right. So we let's take a look at the Swiss yen as well. I'll be looking at through the lens of quantities and order blocks. Remember, someone asking about the mask. The mask is, it is for your safety. It is for your for avoiding your health. Health risks, for protecting your your health. All right, let's take a look at my screen, if that's okay with you guys. On the
Yeah.
higher time frames, there isn't anything to look here other than we do have a, this is a quick top down analysis. That's the monthly time frame. As we broke the previous high, market not only broke but actually start creating bullish structures on this time frame and continue, right? Exactly what you want to be seeing. This is so bullish. This is super bullish. And that's what something you need to be, understanding. That bullishness only becomes relevant for a trade when we get back to that order block, which we are not there. So there's nothing to do currently on this time frame. Just understanding that the market is very bullish and the easy way is up. On the weekly time frame, you can say the same the same structure, same pattern. The only thing is, if we look here, we had a break the same way we had. This is the beautiful thing about this. Um, how you see the fractal nature of the market, right? It breaks the previous swing, it goes higher, and you see the same thing happening again, right? It creates a swing, breaks it, and continues beautifully right there. Everything okay with my previously lagging sound, Pedro?
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Okay. So
Okay,
far, so
perfect. All
good.
right. All right. All right. So let's continue. So what we have is a structure. Basically, on the weekly, we don't have anything besides the broken bearish weekly order block there. It's a weaker kind of a structure compared to a fresh order block that hasn't been invalidated. But not in spite, because we don't have anything else. In the absence of a better structure, this is as good as it gets, right? You can use this as a possible target for price to, if price is not stopped by anything else in between now and then, this is likely where price will at least consolidate before deciding whether it wants to go deeper down or have that follow reversal and then continuation up. On the daily time frame, let's take a look. What do we have? We do have the market reacting from, that's the gap that everyone was talking about when that happened. I think you just mentioned that as well. And there is a lot of traders trading the closing of these gaps. So it is looking good now for them if if they survive this push up high, or depending on where they got in, of course. We do have the daily order block that reacted very beautifully from that fresh order block. You see that, created it, came back, squeezed it a little bit, but then moved away. Perfect, beautiful. I mean, that's what you want to be catching. And once you see these things happening over and over again, it gets almost easy in a way to trade. It's not exactly easy, but you get the point. It gets easier. So we don't have anything on the daily. There isn't anything in this swing point that attracts my attention, other than you can see the reaction of these and the creation of these wicks, indicating that the possible reversing happening until it actually happens. But other than that, there isn't anything now for me to use. We did have a broken structure. We had a structure here that is probably today going to be broken. We'll have to wait for it. If it can close below that level, let me mark it as such, right? Below that level, then that would constitute the break of that order block. Why is that important? The market will understand by creating and by the invalidation of these structures which side is in control, and to the extension of that, what direction we're likely to be going. So if we keep below this level, which is the 190.5002, or 50.2, then we're likely to be continuing lower. Very easy, very logical. But also you can use it for the possible breakdown, in this case, retest and continuation. That level is still important for the coming few days. Even if it is broken, it will get its some importance. So I would be looking for possible shorts from that level if there's more reasons to build upon that idea. To the left, there isn't anything here. And of course, you have that gap that, everyone is eyeing and expecting to close at some point. So we do have a movement from the daily that indicated, where, the pullback started, that daily order block that reacted on. That move is gone, right? There's nothing to do. The trade there is gone, but you can understand that, it tells us something. It tells us that these sellers are coming in after, clearly bullish order flow, but they're coming back. And the question is, how far down is this pullback going to be? That's possible top. Is it going to be? And by the way, if this is the neckline for the possible quasi, we don't have a quasi yet, but if we are going to have a quasi, this would be the structural line for the daily quasi, right? So right here, that would be the left shoulder, the head. That's something we could be looking for, possible cues in the future, whether or not this could be a top, an actual top that could be indicating price going later on much lower. But that's not the case yet. So that's something we can use in the future. Someone asking for a trade signal. We are no signal providers, my friend. We're helping you a better way, not with signals, with knowledge, with experience, and hopefully giving you some advice that makes sense to you. Engage us and see if we can help you. We're just traders here, but we've gone through probably the same things you are facing. Assuming that you're not a seven-figure trader. Maybe you are. I don't know. A seven-figure trader, and just trolling us with asking for trade signals. I'm not saying you're trolling, my friend. Don't take me wrong. I appreciate your comments. So this is the breakdown according to the order blocks and quasis. Quasi hasn't formed. It looks very weak, but understanding that this is a pullback, not a bearish move. I mean, a bearish market structure. On the lower time frame, however, you can see the quasi. I mean, I think I can see this from a mile away. I'm only an arm's length away from the screen, but I would be able to see this a mile away, Pedro, wouldn't you? The quasi is very, very visible. Look at this. Very visible.
Yep.
I think even my 3-year-old that I don't have could see this. So you have the left shoulder, the the neckline, the established uptrend, the head, and the break of that structure, meaning price could continue to go lower or could have a much more not meaningful, I don't know if it's meaningful, a much more pronounced retrace before doing so, right? So that's a beautiful there. Let's see if we have a quasi right here in the next 15 minutes that I'm still with you for this session. Let's take a look. Right here, we have one quasi on the H4, which sits at that order block, which has already been consumed or used. And you have there, that's the structure. Actually, it's an entry order block on the quasi. I see the chat being very active. I keep them coming. I can't promise I will be reading all of them, but I will do my best.
Questions about the quasi. Yes, quasi's majority. Quasi is indeed a reversal pattern. Sometimes it can be played as a continuation into the bigger picture as well, and not just as a reversal. But yes, that is. And then people asking, what is a quasi? What is a quasi? Victor, just draw quickly what is a quasi in there.
Very quickly, let's drop to the floor and do quasi squats. No, what I'm talking here is a head and shoulder. Very quickly. Here we go. That's the textbook typical head and shoulder, where you have the left shoulder, the head, baselines of each shoulder, and this is where the pattern is concluded or completed, and it indicates continuation to the downside, meaning because you have one trend that breaks and changes direction, and the other one, this is the typical, this is a reversal pattern, and this is the the textbook example of the head and shoulder, where you have symmetry in the basis of the shoulders, as well as in the actual height of the shoulders. However, and also in time, right? The distance between here, right, to the midpoint is there's symmetry as well there. As you can see, well, I didn't do it all to symmetrical, but you understand my point. The quasi is when you don't have that symmetry, and actually it does not follow the same rules, but it is the same thing, just with a different variation, where you have, and I like the quasi much more, because if you once you have the definition of the quasi, which is an established uptrend, this tool, right, the established uptrend, higher highs, higher lows, where you break the last significant swing point right there. That's when you start, when you break this, that's when you have a break of structure and a possible reversal. And a lot of times the reversal, if there is going to be sometimes there is no reversal and the market just continues, right? That's where there is no reversal, the reversal pattern fails, and that happens. I mean, just a matter of probabilities. But when it is actually a reversal, a lot of time what happens is the market will break it and continue for some time, sometimes a lot, sometimes a little, but it will likely come back and retrace part of this movement from this head all the way to that point, right? Maybe I should put it this way, right? And it comes back and retraces, and creates that right shoulder, and that's where I and Pedro and other traders, that's where we get in. Well, not all of us trade the quants the same way. That's where we get in for the move, for the continuation to the completion of the order block. I mean the quasi, or even further, if you have reasons to do so. So basically, it's a reversal pattern, which is a variation of the head and shoulder. Hopefully that makes sense to, who was it?
A few people.
Justice Mo
Justice.
de Lessie. Yes. All right. So if you have any more questions, let me know, and I will gladly, revisit the explanation. So we have a quasi right here, as I said, right? This is the established uptrend, break of the neckline. The neckline is right here. Actually, all of this is the retrace, making this the left shoulder, and this is the neckline. I said it right there, but it's from this point. This makes the head, breaks the neckline, and now you have possible areas where the market could do. You see, there is no looks quite different from the typical head and shoulder. This is a quasi left shoulder, head, neckline, breaks it, comes, it hasn't come back, but that's the assumption. It might come back, and if it does, that's when you want to get into the trade for that possible reversal from either that or this order block, which I call entry order block on the quasi, right? So that's something that I'm looking for possibly to happen. That's one scenario. And the other thing is, we talked about the broken level that can have its own effect on price action. If that happens, I will not trade it with my main strategy, but a different one, with using different parameters, but using the reaction or the assumed reaction we very often get from these lower levels or lower border of the order block. That's one thing. What else can we see here before we switch back to the chat or some other question? That's the H4. The H2 also has some refinement area. I like that. And I'm not interested in anything else so far. Yeah, there isn't anything else catching my eye. So I'm going to be just waiting probably actually just put an alert here and see if we get something. Who knows? Maybe this week, maybe today. I don't think it is. It's a lot of distance, so it may not reach it today, but we'll see. Sometime in the future. That's Swiss yen. Hi, Chipeta. How are you doing, my friend? Steven, um,
Yeah,
someone
morning.
asking about or telling us about the dollar Swiss. We have a 1 hour quasi. Oh, we have our members already talking into quasi language. I like that. 1 hour quasi on the on the dollar Swiss.
Mhm.
Let's take a look. Dollar Swiss. First, I want to be looking before we go to the hourlies. We want to be mindful. We want to be knowing if we are creating higher time frame structures, so we can understand. Because if we are on the monthly and the weekly, that can blow away daily structures. You gotta know that's something you want to be knowing about, right? We created a monthly. That's where we are moving away from. Understanding that is crucial for your the safety of your account. All right, so we do have. All right, so we are breaking through this little order block here in the weekly time frame. That could have some effect on markets as we are. You can see how it breaks and maybe come back to retest. Other than that, there isn't anything else to see. Okay, so I understand that. Let me take away this. Yep. Okay, and clear this up a little bit. All right, so and actually that as well. So we do have a beautiful quasi here. Ah, look at this. So we do have a weekly. It already happened in the past, but if it used the quasi to move away from the structure to make the reversal, then you have a good area there, right? I haven't been. Look at that. Look at that retrace into the area. I don't trade this pair, but moments like this, I regret not trading them. I see them all the time. That's the established downtrend, right? Into breaks the neckline where it reverses from. Look at that area to the left. That's where it reverses from, right? It's not, it has a wick, so you have to know how to enter and get your entry. But that's a valid entry, my friend. There we go, right? Below the 50% retracement, comes back, interact with that order block, and then shoots off. Actually, it gave us plenty of opportunities to trade as it came back into it, moving away. Beautiful. I didn't trade this because I don't trade all pairs, and this pair isn't one of them that I trade. But that's fine. Let me look at what we can see because our friend was looking for the hourly quasi. So we have this as the daily. The daily left this order block that can still come into play later on. So I'm going to mark that. There we go, as such. And that's it. Yeah, that's it for now. Let me see. The H2, the H4. All right, so we have the break of this swing high. Break, holds, retest, and continue. That looks quite bullish as long as it's holding that pattern. That looks bullish. There isn't anything in here on the H4, and all of this is way too many for me to trade. So I'm not gonna be using any of these structures. I see a couple of them, but they're not helpful. So let's focus here. As long as we're above this line, right, the market will perceive this as to be a breakout, a successful breakout. So whenever we're above, that will be a sign of strength and will likely to continue. And whenever we break that, you could see, acceleration to the downside because that's the line in the sand that indicates that the market is had a false breakout. Right on the H2, which isn't the best order block or time frame to shape to get my entries. I could use it, but I didn't have anything to the H4, so that automatically tells me that I'm not going to be using anything. You do have a market coming back to these bullish these demand zone. as you can see, and it reacts favorably to them. The only problem I have is that here, the reaction is a bit weak, right? It's still strong, but it's weaker than the reaction into the zone, and that means that's a little sign of weakness coming in. So, and on the H1, so a little sign here, not that the sellers are taking control yet, but that's a little sign of a weakness. And yes, and now I see the quasi that our friend, who was it? Who was it? Let me double check. Who was it on the 1
It
hour? It was
was, yeah.
Longo 77, watching at that's the quasi, right? Higher highs, left shoulder, neckline, the head, breaking of that neckline, and then coming back for the possible reversal of these area. Well spotted, Longo, if you know that's how you pronounce your name. Let me mark it further. That's not what I needed. All right, so we have the neckline right there. That's a 1 hour quasi. Remember, it doesn't have a H4 reason. So to me, it's an inferior pattern. You want to have this pattern visible, and other time frames giving you the same indication that we are going to reverse from here, because the higher time frame are still looking quite bullish for continuation. You have a break of that line, that level there, comes back and leaves that big wick, that big pin bar. That's a bullish sign. That's a reaction of this line, and it's so far reacting bullishly. So the H4 are not telling us yet that the market is reversing and going to the, going south. So be cautious of that. But the H1 does indicate that the market is possibly, if it is going to reverse, this would be a nice area for it to do so. Here we are. This is the entry order block on the 2. On the 1 minute, on hour, the 2 isn't there. There isn't a quasi there. It's only on the 2. So you only have 1 hourly time frame telling you this. That's why I say take this with a, with a little bit of caution. But it's totally tradable if you know what you're doing. And if we go to the 5 minutes, see if we can spot something, maybe on the 15-minute. Let's jiggle the time frames a little bit, and you understand that there are, depending on how you trade, but I would be attacking this way. If I were to be trading this, well, there's only one area, which is the 15-minute. So I would be able to maybe wait for that 50-minute structure to be, because you need alignment. You need more than one time frame telling you the same thing. So you want to be the market reacting on the 50-minute to that area, and confirming the H1 as well, right? So do we have something else on other time frame? Let's take a look. There we go. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So no, that's too big of a pattern. So basically I would want to be, I'm interested in going short this level, but only if price action starts confirming a reversal from this 15-minute. That you can define whatever tool you want to be using for the reversal. That's one thing. Or the market could, let's say on the 5-minute, create a quasi, maybe here, maybe there. That's, you never know when and if, but if it does create such a quasi, then I want to be in the quasi as it creates the right shoulder, put my stop above the head, and target not only the bottom of the quasi, right? Not only the bottom of the quasi, but I would be targeting, the whole structure all the way to, actually, I would be targeting this, which makes sense to me, right? If the park, even if the market is, it could break down, but because we are so bullish, you want to be a little cautious. And this is the area last time around that it reacted from, right? And actually left another order block there. So I would be targeting just that, because it's going to, if the reversal happens at the top, it's going to be quite likely at least try to reach this level right here, which is actually, you also have the breakout line. So I would put it above the breakout line. That's even better. Now you have, everything is, beyond your TP in terms of the targets. Love that. All right, Pedro, it has come time for me to go, leave.
Same here.
And I'm going to come back at the end of the stream for today. So you guys have me twice today. It's a double dosage of Victor for this time. This day, I see Richard and William, the tag team coming in. I like that. All right, so I'm gonna leave you guys in the very capable hands of. I don't know if you're staying, Pedro. Are you?
No, I have to go, so I have a meeting now. So thank you guys, everyone. I'll be back for the Portuguese live stream later on, and then on Thursday for the normal hour as well. Yeah, William, Richard, have a good session. Have a good day. I hope you guys are having a positive start of the month as well. So, yeah.
Nice one, guys. Have a great
Okay.
day, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later, Pedro. See you
Bye
later.
bye, Pedro. All right, Richard, William, all the best, and see you guys again.
Thank you very much, Victor. Have a
See you later, Victor.
little rest until this afternoon.
Yes.
See you later. Bye bye.
Yeah, see you later, man. See you, man.
Yo,
Constante. Did you miss me this morning?
I did.
Did
I
you?
was lonely.
It was a lonely
alone.
world. Lonely world without Will. Dude, look out, mate. My hair is getting so long to the point where I push it back slightly and it stays back.
See?
I'm now in your position. Like, I now know how you feel. I
Trained,
said to
mate.
Mrs. as well. Like I said to her, I'm trying to grow my hair out at the back and the sides. So I'm trying to grow it like a medium long length at the back, like a wavy sort of length at the back. But the top also grows, and I can't be bothered to go to the barbers just to scissor cut the top off because I know for a fact, mate, literally, because if I go to the barbers, I'll end up getting a skin fade, or I'll end up getting like a short back and sides and a scissor cut on top. I'll go full. If I'm going to pay the barber, I'm going to pay him properly. So like I've said to my brother, and guys, let me know in chat if you think this is a bad idea. But I've said to Ewan, and I've asked him to cut my hair.
Or is he going to?
Oh, he said yeah. He was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that for you. But he said it too quickly.
Like,
So
he's either super confident that he's going to do a really good job.
well, you just can't wait to butcher my hair.
Yeah. Or
it's
you're in for a treat. Well, or
I don't know which one it's going to be. I really don't know which one it's going to be, but who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, what's good, guys? How are we doing? My Wi-Fi's back, which is fantastic. I've moved my main house router, so I've no longer got my booster. So this was the Wi-Fi that I was using before. I'll show you if I can do it without like destroying my office. So this is the booster I had before, and it was good. To be fair, it was a good. I think it's called a Sonos Boost.
Sonos.
Dude, like it was an awesome booster. But now I've got my main Sky router right next to me. So guys, I got super fast Wi-Fi now. The only problem is I live in a very old house. It's like 200 odd years old, and the walls are thick. Like they don't make walls like this anymore. The houses, they're not built to last the way this house is. So it's a bit of a shame because like now the Wi-Fi in the living area, like the lounge, that's not as good. So I've had to like hard wire from the booster straight into the TV just so I can have good Wi-Fi to the TV. But we're all good. We're back at the setup.
Runners in the house.
Huh?
You should have runners trunking.
Well, here's the issue. So we did.
It goes into the roof, and then from into the ceiling board or whatever, and then from the ceiling back down to whichever room you want, and you have outlets, and then
I chased the wall out. So for those of you who don't know what that means, I drew where the trunking is going to be, where you mentioned about like the trunking. I drew where I want the wire to go, and I got a grinder and a chisel, and I took the wall out, put the cable behind, obviously wrapped it in protective film, like in tape, put it behind the wall, and then cemented back over, and then obviously sanded it, skimmed it, painted it, or etc., all that good stuff. So now, if the wires break or I want to replace a wire, I can't.
Well, like if you had trunking, because the trunking's got a body and it's got a lid that basically goes over it.
Yeah,
So if you just
So I
cemented
have that in my
the
room.
trunking, if you cemented the trunking in, but the lid itself is flush with the wall,
Ah, that's
just
a good idea.
painted over,
Yeah, that's not a bad.
then
That's
you
not
can
a bad
just
idea.
pull that out, replace the cable, and then just refill.
Yeah, you can literally just pull off the.
Yeah.
Huh, dude, I hadn't thought about
Yeah, so
bad plan.
that's what we did in the house as well. Like
that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Trunking in the walls, but it's flushed, and then you would put something over it, like I don't know, a painting or
Yeah, it's like semi-bedded.
yeah. There's semi-bedded.
Yeah.
Good way to
Yeah.
say it.
I
And then if
hadn't
you
thought
need
about
to
that. That's a good
replace
idea.
a LAN cable or a Cat 6 or something like that, then easily done, mate. Like, minimal.
Yeah, well, that's because I do all myself. My dad taught me how to do it, so I've wired my entire office setup myself. With Cat 6 cable and like RJ45s, and trying to get them in the right pins and the right color direction and all. It was a nightmare, man. So I don't want to go through that again. So yeah, maybe I'll do the trunking again.
You know, for a non-tech.
Right, okay. That took longer to kick in than usual. Try that again, because we hear none of that.
Being a person that is afraid of technology, you sure do like doing everything yourself.
Yeah, fair. Oh, it was quite funny. The technician guy came in today and he was like, so where is the router? And he was like mansplaining to me. And I was like, come into my office. And then he saw my setup. He was like, huh, fair. He's like, you know what you're doing, don't you? I was like, yeah. Yeah. I was like, I know what I'm doing. It's fine. I was like, it's over here. And I explained it all to him. So, but yeah, dude, like I'm a massive technophobe, but again, coming from my dad, you know, he's built houses. He's a big entrepreneur. Taught me to do it, so he does everything himself. That's rubbed off on me. I like to do everything myself. It was quite funny. So Cece doesn't live with me, and she had work needed doing on her house, and she called a guy, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? She was like, oh, well, I needed to get this done. I was like, no, I'm the guy. You don't have a guy no more. I'm the guy. I was like,
jeez, like,
I was like, you don't need no plumbing, because I can
I'll do your plumbing.
Yeah, damn right, I'll do it.
And then just in case the insurer, you know, like your house burns down, I have nothing to do with it.
Just in case the house burns down, you called a guy.
Yeah, you call a guy.
You called a real guy. Oh man. The thing is though, like again, like I can do gas work. I obviously, like my dad's a qualified gas engineer, so I can do gas work, electrical work. I can do plumbing. I can do building, renovations, first fix, second fix. You know, I can do interior designs. You know, I can do a lot. So when people when Cece said to me, she was like, "Oh, I need to call a guy." I was like, "Bro, I am your guy."
I was about to say, I'm taking offense.
I'm the guy. Like, let me know. Like, does anyone else in chat feel like that, or am I the only one that's like, I want to do it myself? Like, surely I can't be the only one. Anyway, guys, what's good? Back at the charts now. I've got my setup, as you can see here. It is a new month, guys. It is what, the 4th? Yeah, it's the 4th of November, guys. New month ahead. Ready to smash out the market. We've got 1.2
million dollars.
We got 1.6. Ish, 1.62 something. We got 1.6. Yeah, we got 1.6% to make back before the account gets to break even. If I can have another 2% month, guys, we had a 3% month last month. October was, in fact, I can actually, should I bring my October, now that October's officially ended, and we are now in November.
Bring up your chart, mate. Bring it up.
Dude, October felt like it went forever. Am I the only one that felt like, September just flew by. October, the last half of October lingered a little bit. Right, okay, let me get the correct date. Why does it do that? Why does it go all the way back to like the 1800s? Oh, in 2025.
Henry's saying short UJ, easy 1.6%.
Yeah, there we go. So account history up, guys. October was 3% bang on, 2.8 after commission. So I paid $135 commission. So it was a super cool month for me. Last month it was like a new high for the month, which was cool. So that was nice. Now I like to see 1 to 2%. 1 to 2% I'm pretty happy with. If we can have a 3% month, that would take me 1.4% up on the account. If we can get 1.4% up, let me know in chat. Do I take the payout or do I see if I can get to a 2% payout?
Dude, you take the payout.
You reckon?
You just take the payout.
Straight up take the payout.
Consider how long you've been working on this account specifically.
You reckon I should just straight up pay myself?
Pay yourself, mate.
Sweet. There you go, guys. We've
Henry, to be fair, like the yen is looking good.
I saw you at EJ earlier, but that's about it.
Like UJ going lower. AUD JPY, Canada JPY, CHF JPY, Euro JPY, Pound JPY. Dude, it's sinking.
A pound JPY is a pound yen sinking, is it?
Pound yen is sinking, mate.
What's the DXY doing then?
Climbing?
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta have a hell of a strong DXY then. Yeah, we do. I'm just looking at it now. I was gonna say, because if that's the case, that GU dropped today. Like, look at that monster drop on GU. So I thought maybe it was just a weak pound. So then I thought, pound against the yen.
No, sorry. It seems as though we've got quite a little bit of strength coming into the yen.
Interesting.
Oh, look who's in, mate. Look who's in.
Let's have a see. Let's have a looky. Wait, here we go. Hello, gentlemen, and a grand hello to chat. What's good, LJ? How you doing, man? It really throws me off seeing LJ's profile picture every single time. I'm like, oh, hey, my LJ, Mike?
My LJ. Hello, my LJ.
My LJ. What's good, my LJ? Wow. Let's have a quick catch up.
Gold.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's have a quick catch up with chat and then we'll jump straight into the markets. So, Marina, smile, I like that. Marina, how you doing? Will and Richard. Hello, Marina. How are you doing? Good to see you in. Hello, William. Hello, Richard. Hello, Stephen. How you doing?
What's up, Stefan?
Stefan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. Bye.
Is today Jolt's jobs data going to release or not? Ooh,
it's tentative.
It's
tentative, so take it as if it's coming out.
Oh, yeah, always assume the worst.
No, I wouldn't say assume the worst.
I would, because if it's not going to come out, then nothing's going to happen.
Yes,
so if you're going to trade
that it's going to come out.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Assume the worst possible outcome is going to happen, so you can prepare. So, for example, if you think, it's tentative, not going to happen, government shutdown, etc., you're going to trade as usual. Next minute, boom, it comes out and it rips you apart. You haven't prepared for that. Whereas if you prepare for it to come out, if you're like, right, okay, it's going to come out, jobs opening, news data, let's prepare, let's stay away, let's put in practice for risk mitigation, whatever, and then it doesn't come out and you're like, oh, that was anticlimactic. At least you've prepared for worst case scenario, the news hits.
Yeah. Just, what do they say? Don't prepare for the worst, don't expect the worst.
Expect the best, but prepare for the worst.
Yes.
Yeah. So, think about manifestation.
We're going to go down that rabbit hole again.
Fair. Yeah. Oh, dude, sometimes we got to really tiptoe around rabbit holes because there's some rabbit holes that we just drag. They're like wormholes. They just drag us in. You know, like especially psychological ones. Psychological rabbit holes for me and Richard can be like vacuums. They just suck us straight in. And the next minute, the next hour and a half is just rants and discussions on that.
Yeah, and then nothing else exists outside of
Yeah,
that.
mate, literally. Welcome, Will and Richard. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you, Remy.
Yeah. It's Vinny. What's good, Vinny? Rich and Will, welcome.
What's up, Vinny?
Oh, dude, I've made a hell of a coffee this morning. Like this is really nice coffee. It's like perfect.
Do you? Okay, wait. Are you appreciating the coffee because you're in a better mood today because things are going the way that they're supposed to be going?
Oh, dude, I thought we were not going to go down rabbit
A
holes.
really good cup of coffee.
I mean, it started off a bit rocky. So it started off, I was stressing a little bit. You know, I just found out the apartment that I want in Hong Kong's gone. But turns out, and then like an hour later, we secured another apartment. Not quite as nice. It didn't have a balcony on, which was a shame. But nonetheless, we've secured an apartment. So that was a really good mood. The Wi-Fi guy came and fixed my Wi-Fi, put me in another good mood, I suppose. But I missed the live stream. I missed the live stream this morning, so put me in a not so good mood. And then I had a meeting. So guys, those of you who enjoyed me and Ewan at Funded Freedom, that video, London, Saunders Foot to London or Cardiff to London. There is another one that me and Ewan are going to be filming imminently, and it is going to be absolutely epic, like seriously epic, guys. So that put me in a good mood because we're in the process now of, you know, looking at. I'm going to say we're looking at flights. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, who's trading? That's what I want to know.
I've been told that I'm allowed to trade.
Okay.
I've been told I'm allowed to trade. It's gonna. Me and Ewan have got to trade. So like Ewan's got to trade, but I've been told that I am allowed to trade, or I'm allowed to have an input in trading. So
let Ewan go absolutely minimal risk, and then you just full send it.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know too much yet. Obviously, we get told during recording just to keep everything really authentic. You know, we don't do fake garbage. So
Nice.
I don't know. What I'm told is this time it's not just Ewan trading. So I'm assuming that I'm allowed to input. I don't think, or unless I'm allowed to fully trade, I'm really not sure. But it's gonna be super cool, man. It's so yes, I suppose I'm in a good mood. However, this coffee is just a very, very good cup of coffee.
That cup is banging.
Yeah,
I had a very mediocre day the other day, and woke up on the wrong side of bed. I don't know. Things were just not. They were just not good. They could have been a lot better, but they were just not good. And then I had a very mediocre cup of coffee, and then that coffee ended up being exactly what I needed. Because then, just even though it was an absolutely mid-tier coffee, it was just that was so good.
Sometimes you need it, you know. Sometimes it's just. That's literally all you need. Sometimes you just need a real deep breath, hold it for a second or two, slowly exhale, and then a warm coffie.
People
Sometimes
walking
it
past
just
you.
fixes everything.
People
Not
just
always.
walking past you, and you're just sitting there. Don't talk to me. Not done with my coffee yet. Don't talk to me.
There are moments sometimes I can sometimes stress. I can be a bit of a stress head sometimes, but at the same time, I'm a very chill guy. Not often does this happen, but there's the odd occasion. I'll do nothing. I'll say nothing. I'll do nothing. I'll just be sitting there with maybe a cup of coffee or a cup of tea in my hand, or just sitting there on my phone. And someone will walk in, look at me, and walk out. They'll just right now. I'm not dealing with him today.
I mean,
he doesn't look like he wants to discuss anything today. You know, I don't know why. I don't know how. Maybe I just have that look on my. I've got like a resting bitch face, to be fair. So maybe it comes out more when I'm just not in the mood. Dude, it was quite funny. I was interviewing a trader yesterday with the 5ers, And just before go, so I was listening to this guy, and super interesting story. Like I said, guys, keep an eye on the YouTube for it. Really interesting story. So super good trader. He's a speaker as well. I spoke at the same event as him. I was actually speaking one after him on the same stage. So that was really cool. And I was listening to him. I looked at myself in the camera and I thought, oh my God, I look miserable. So I was like, so like when the video comes out, guys, watch for my face. Like you'll see my face look dead ass miserable, and then out of nowhere I'll just be like this and start smiling because you'll see me realize how miserable I look on camera, and I was like, oh my God, I do not look inviting. So
Why am I so miserable?
like, why do I look so awful right now? It was just because I was so engrossed in what you were saying. Like it was a really good interview. So keep an eye on that for the interview, guys. But yeah, continuing our catch up with chat. Welcome to Richard W and William D. Richard B, mate. Wrong, Richard. Yeah, the highly esteemed 5ers host. Hope you're doing well. DJ, we're doing super good, man. UC probably short set up in some minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look for some shorts. I don't know if I'm gonna do a bit of a top down on GU. I did this on a live Discord call earlier on, but you know it's looking okay. But a part of me wants to be trading gold at the moment. I look at this consolidation with this potential buy area, but we'll have a look. EG, Euro GBP, I'm guessing that is. Dude, haven't traded that since like probably November last year. I just use that almost like the DXY now. I almost use it as an indicator.
Yeah, I haven't traded EG, but it is pushing a little bit bullish. So euro strength over pound.
No, come back. There we go. I pressed the wrong thing. I did a boo-boo. I pressed the wrong one.
Yeah. So let's just EG. We were flat across yesterday pretty much, and then we had a little bit of a break. So we were making multiple lows down here, and then we were slowly, where is my drawing tool? There it is. We had a lower high in relation to the previous day, but a pretty much in line lower high, and then a lower high again, lower low, but then we just absolutely struggled yesterday to try and break this bottom section. And we slowly started moving a little bit upwards during Tokyo, and then we took Tokyo high, which also happened to be this section over here, which was the high of yesterday. Took yesterday's high. Price absolutely fell through once we've tested it. So we basically failed the test, but instead of pushing lower, which was in line with what we were having on Friday and yesterday's consolidative day, or non-directional bias day, let's rather say. And then from there, we just started going up. So I want to see whether or not this is in line with the fib. We can take, let's say, from the most recent area there. Yeah, it literally just wicked off of the 718 section, like perfectly, absolutely just wicked off of it. So this is a nice little fib trade if you wanted to take a fib trade, or if you did take the fib trade. Pushed off of the 718, pushed through, and then just carried on going up. We made another area of consolidation where price was sticking around just a little bit. Price pushed through and is now back to it. Let's see if there's anything to the left of this that is worth considering. Okay. So I'm just going to draw a line from here so that I know exactly where the top was, and then let's see what kind of price action we had here. So this is basically, we had an upward channel. We had an upward channel, which got respected a fair few times. So respected, well, obviously it was created, and then respected, and then this whole section here was respected. It eventually broke through. Where it broke through, you have this is the candle that broke it, which is also a little bit of a base as well. And if I pulled this one all the way through, this being the tippy top, it just missed it. So we just missed this little zone here by the barest of margins for it to push lower. So let's see if there's anything on the 15 at this area. Okay, no breaks. It just a straight break. That's just it. It's just a straight up break.
Which asset are you looking at, man?
EG.
Oh, EG. Fair. I was gonna say, dude, have you seen GU right now? We've just broken the low, and there's a consolidation. But I'm umming and ahhing over it, man. Really umming and ahhing over it. Look at that.
Anyway, so just on EG Whip, I'm saying that we were bearish from Friday and then slightly consolidative yesterday. So we weren't really picking a direction. And then we had the break of yesterday's highs and a failure to break yesterday's lows. So as of right now, it's more of a bullish momentum. And even though this wick that we have here didn't really test anything of significance, I do feel like we can potentially start pushing up again and test a higher point. So what is the higher point here? It is most probably going to be Friday's highs initially, because that was the last time. No, wait, let's just move this one. That was the last time price attempted to go higher and absolutely failed. So I feel like we need to come and test this first, this top section up over here, and then confirm that we no longer want to go lower, but instead want to push through it. Alternatively, we can come to it, test it, and fail, and then start pushing lower yet again, just to be in line with what we had on Friday with this massive sell-off. Because this is technically the second time that we've come and tested this top section. So it was established over here, 1 test, 2 tests, 3 tests, and this might potentially be the 4th test on this area. Let's just see. We are very much bullish over the longer time frame. So if I go on to the 4-hourly, very bullish. So this is just a retracement pretty much. So we tested in the 50 fib and 0.618 here. So I'm expecting price to go higher only if it breaks this box over here to start pushing higher. So in EG, I am seeing the potential continuation of the long trend. Bar we break and close above the previous Friday, and I think this was last week Wednesday's highs.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I like that, man. That's a good analysis. I like that top down.
It's only hourly.
Ooh la la, we've got a very handsome gentleman in the background waiting to come in. Are you ready to come in, mate? Awesome stuff. Yo, what's good?
What's
Griff?
up,
How you
Griff?
doing?
Hey guys, good to see you. How you doing?
Seeing you, my friend.
Looking good, boys.
Dude, I don't know why, but like everything's so bright on me right now. I've tried to, like, my ring light's on its very lowest, but dude,
Not my screen, is it?
probably is.
Dark mode.
Yeah, mate. Like, why don't you have dark mode on your screen? What do you not like your eyes?
Dude, what are you talking about? Like, it's this dark mode. Like, if I go onto the theme and I go to light, that's light.
This is what dark mode looks like in South Africa.
No, believe me, we've got dark mode. Like, you won't even see me. It's that dark. Lights out, power out, everything. That's like true darkness.
Oh man. Griff, how's things? Any trades recently?
No, I've not taken any trades recently, unfortunately. There were some trades like
great fun as a trader, you know that.
I'm barely still a trader. I've not taken trades.
I was going to say, what qualifies a trader, guys? Let me know in chat. What qualifies you as a trader?
Someone who watches the charts and
But
takes no
doesn't play
trades.
the trade.
Yeah, there were like some pretty good trades maybe 2 weeks ago that I missed, unfortunately, and they were quite big winners. It was like a 15% winner and an 8% winner, so a bit of a nuisance that I missed those after like waiting so long.
Yeah, do you ever feel like I'm a bit like that on my swing strategy? Luckily, I intraday because I missed 2 trades, one on US 30, one on the NASDAQ. And I missed them, and they're still in profit now, and they're still scaling and moving up. And I can't get back in them because they haven't come back down to my entry point. How do you feel like knowing that you wait so long for an entry, but you miss it?
Yeah, it's one of the hardest things.
Yeah, that would infuriate me. Like, I'm pretty honed in with my psychology, but that would really test me, I think. Like, that would even make me want to, like, jump straight in on FOMO.
Yeah, the hardest part about swing trading is losing trades and like missing trades, because losing trades, I mean, you've waited so long, maybe the position sets up in the middle of the night, and then after all this effort and patience and pain, then you end up getting a negative result. It's just like a kick in the teeth.
Yeah, man.
And then when you have a mistrade, it's very much the same, especially if you are in drawdown or you've been waiting for a trade for a very long time. Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah.
There's no like secret to handling it. It's just
deal with it.
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. Yeah, that was fair. It's like sort of my swing trading. I'm gonna look into automating because my edge has come back a little bit more with my day trading. So I'm spending a little bit more time at the charts and a bit more time at the markets. But when I'm not spending time day trading, I'm not at the markets. So it's quite contradictory. It's like I'm not day trading, so I could be swing trading. I could, when I'm not day trading or when I'm not in a live trade, I could be looking at like my swing trade strategy, but I don't. There's no excuse for it, you know. There's no rhyme or reason. I just don't. And so I'm actually considering now moving into like automating my swing strategy, because it's a super basic strategy. You know, you could tell a monkey to do it, and you could probably trade profitably with the strategy. So I'm looking at automating that side and then just keeping my day trading manual. So have the hybrid best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think if you can automate your strategy, you definitely should. There's no harm in it.
100%.
My strategy is quite discretionary, so I couldn't automate
That's
it.
why, yeah, I'm the same as you. That's why I couldn't automate my intraday.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd love to. You know, I would love to, because the idea of sitting on the beach in the Bahamas, sipping on cocktails and watching my missus run around in a bikini while I day trade and watch my profits come in, all that sounds fantastic. You know, that sounds brilliant. But I can't do that. You know, that's not possible for me.
I started off trading with EAs, like expert advisors, and it was such a nice feeling. I remember it was during COVID, and I was skateboarding, and the sun was out, and I had like £20 profit.
You were living life.
It was the best. I had my electric skateboard. I was just whipping around, and I remember I had like my first ever like £20 winning trade from the bot I'd had coded, and that was a good feeling.
Yeah, mate, I remember just before COVID. I think it was just before or during like early days of COVID. I had a bot, or I had an EA, and it was a gold EA. And I remember, no, it would have been just before we went into lockdown, because I remember going out for lunch, and I was 100x in this account each day. You know, it was super cool. You know, I was making like 50% to 100% profit each day, and the risk was only like 50% of the account. So it's pretty cool. I'm like £100 account. I was happy to risk $50 to potentially get $50 to $100. You know, the ROI on it was just worth it, and it was super profitable for about a week. I made money. Didn't take out, of course. Like, why would you withdraw it? You Why would you try and secure your profits? So in the end,
Why indeed?
yeah, why would you want to do that? Leave it all in at risk. And I was out for lunch once, and I forgot I hadn't turned the EA off, and we had news coming out, and this EA wasn't coded for news. It did not like news at all, so always leave it off. And I was out having lunch, and I had to call my mum. I was like, "Mum, like, go run to my office," or like I think she had to run from the house into where I had my office at the time, which was, I think it's like a 5-minute walk away, if that. And I was like, "Mum, run to my office now." She's like, "Why?" And I was like, "Don't worry about why, just do it." So she like ran to the office. She was like, "Right, what do I do?" I'm like, "Have you tried to explain to someone who doesn't have a clue on what to do, how to explain just turning something simple as..." So in fact, let me just bring my chart up. You'll be able to see it. So here, guys, you can see algo trading. There you go. I've ticked it off. I ticked it on. Ticked it on. Ticked it off. That's simple. Now, you try and get really stressed out knowing you've got news coming out in like 2-3 minutes time, and you try and tell your friend, your family, your mum, whoever, to go and turn the EA off whilst stressed. I was like, "Mum, go to my terminal. I like the computer. Go turn it on, and then open like MetaTrader 5, and then go to the top. You'll see a bar, and it says algo trading." What? Where? Long story short, guys, blew the entire thing.
Oh no.
Dude, that was my first experience with algo trading. It put me off for about 3 to 4 years. And only now am I getting back into like algo trading, trying to like automate strategies and look at using like creating my own indicators and stuff like that. So I'm now that AI is coming out, and now the things are, you got to jump on the bandwagon. If you can't beat them, join them, sort of thing. So I'm a bit older, a bit more mature. I know what I'm doing. Got a lot more experience in the market. I'm looking at sort of like automating certain strategies. But yeah, man, I know how you feel. COVID, summer, the weather was absolutely incredible. Earning money without even touching the markets, it just felt too good to be true. And to be fair, it was. It was too good to be true.
Yeah, well, we're still hooked.
Yeah, I mean,
very much.
We're still here at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah. That's a funny story, Will. I like that. I guess I can only imagine. I don't know what I would have done. I mean, would you just be able to close out the entire terminal? Just click the X?
I don't know. I don't think that would have worked. I think you would have had to, because when you close the... So I traded on a VPS at the time as well, so that I could trade from my laptop or my PC, because I used to go away with the family a lot.
Got to explain that to Mum too.
Yeah, like you imagine trying to... Yeah, can you imagine? Right, Mum, log into my computer. Okay. Now log into my internal computer. Your what? Log into like my computer that's not really my computer, but it's like an online
log into the computer and then log onto the online computer.
How do you explain that?
And then log onto the trading account on the computer and click the off button.
It's called Will's VPS. What's VPS? It doesn't matter what VPS is right now. Mate, So I remember talking, and I'm not going to say why, because it was a bit sort of like I had to get legal advice on this side of my trading. Turns out I couldn't do it. So this is why I'm not telling you what it was. But let's just put it this way. I was speaking to my family about VPSs. And I was like, I mean, if I'm trading from a VPS, technically I'm not where I am. And they were like, what's a VPS? I was like, virtual private server, virtual private network. What's that? Basically, it's a computer that doesn't exist. It's a cloud computer on your computer. Well, that sounds stupid. I was like, well, it's not. Okay. I was like, I give up. I was like, why am I bothering trying to explain?
It's not easy to explain.
No, like when you, like, what do you say when people say, Griff, what do you do for a job? What do you do for work? What's your career?
How do you even begin?
Mate, how do you explain to a non-trader that you're a trader, let alone trying to explain to a non-trader that you're a trader but trading on a VPS?
Yeah. It's easier just
with
to
a prop firm.
not say.
It's like, oh yeah, I trade on a imaginary computer that's on my computer. And I trade $100,000 of another company's capital, and it's all forex trading or CFDs. And it's they're like, just gambling, imaginary
That's all they
gambling.
hear, yeah.
You know, like what would you say? Genuinely, Rich, what would you say, mate? What would you say?
I would just tell them I'm unemployed. It ends the conversation right there, mate. Like nobody wants to ask, like, why are you unemployed? Like, no, nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to delve into that rabbit hole. It's just simple.
I can't say that though. I can't say that because the reason I'm asking you is because I'm meeting Cece's family in January. Like we're off to Hong Kong for 5 months, and I'm meeting her family, and they're a very traditional Asian family. I can't say.
Ooh,
oh yeah, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Cece. I'm gonna be the man looking after your daughter. I'm unemployed. You know, that's just not gonna work. What do I say? What do I say?
I guess day trader.
Here, the sage has given you the best answer.
That's how, like, guys, what do I say to my partner's family to let them know that I'm not a degenerate gambler and that I can look after her daughter?
The sage has got it, mate. Like the two best answers so far.
Ah,
I also like
that.
unbiased traders as well.
A private equity manager.
Or a technical market analyst.
Oh yeah, technical market analyst. Okay, I like that. That's pretty good.
And then hopefully they don't ask any more questions.
Yeah.
No more questions, please.
Yeah, thing is though, like Hong Kong is very financial. You know, so it's a growing financial city. I'm pretty sure he does trade, but he does like stocks and share investments. So I think I'm okay. I think like if I say that I'm a currency, no, I couldn't say it. No, because then he'd look at me and be like, "Oh, you're a gambler. You know, you're not institutional. You're a day trader. You're an absolute degen." Yeah, I'm just gonna,
if they don't know what you the less they know what you do, the better. Maybe
100%.
they'll think they'll be like, I don't know what he does, but it sounds impressive, you know.
Yeah, I was about to say, create
I
intrigue.
like market analyst.
Intrigue.
I like that. I'm a data analyst. There you go. I'm a market data analyst. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the sage got a pretty good one going there, but also unbiased trader. I'd say I'm retired and blessed.
Can you imagine then though if they start asking me like macroeconomic, because like I said, he's a stocks and shares trader. Can you imagine if he starts asking me like macroeconomical questions? I'm like, LJ, he's asking me about the geopolitics and why the markets are moving.
Help, LJ.
Yeah, LJ, help me. How do I tell him that I just look at price action?
Yeah, like you can also say that you're a chartist. You
true.
do chart analytics for CFDs, as an example.
That's true, yeah. I'm just going to say I work for the biggest firm in my industry.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think data analyst is a good one, or market analyst is a good one, because there's a lot of people that do believe that trading as a retail trader, that you're gambling, but it's nuanced.
100%.
There's nuanced differences between somebody who's a gambler and who does something professionally.
Do you reckon I
It
can
might seem
bribe?
the same, but there's nuanced differences. It's intention. It's
100%.
going with the plan. It's whether or not you've done, you're either just completely reliant on a flip of a coin, on a random number generation, or if you have done analysis and you have back-tested data and all of that stuff, then it drifts away from being
But
gambling.
then they're bored. By the time you finish explaining that, they switched off.
Yeah, I mean, fair. But then at least you know that
That's
they won't
true, man.
ask the same question again.
They won't be asking that again. They'll be like, sure, I wish I didn't ask. No, it's yeah. Thing is though, I'll explain it and CC's gonna translate it and just say he's employed. Like just straight up. Like she's not gonna like translate anything I say. She's just gonna say he's got a job.
So,
That's all that matters
wait,
for them, I
what do
suppose.
what do you put on your tax forms as what is your current employment?
I have a limited company, so
Yeah.
director. That's
Okay,
good.
cool, great. Like, Will,
yeah.
you also have a business. Why don't you just say that you're an entrepreneur? You run a business.
Again,
then when you-
unless you are an entrepreneur, people hear entrepreneurs are unemployed. I'm an entrepreneur. You ain't got a job then. It's like, what? No, I own like
Maybe
4
among other
businesses.
entrepreneurs.
Dude, you're going to Hong Kong. Do you honestly think that they're gonna view in entrepreneurship the same as what someone in Wales?
I mean, true that, not fair. To be fair, he like they did own their own business as well. So
Yeah, then just.
I
just
think I'm overthinking it, guys. I am overthinking it. Do you reckon I can bribe Sol to like send me a DM and say, Will, you're the best employee, you're employee of the month, January 2026? Do you reckon I can like Sol, if you're watching, mate, can you message me whilst I'm with her parents and say, congratulations, Will, you're now employee of the month?
So,
Kidding, not kidding.
Will, while we've got your gold chart up, let's have a little gander at gold.
Let's have a goosey gander at gold, man.
The
It's going to be a
annual
quick
gold
gander, man.
analysis.
It is going to be a quick gander. I thought we were going to have a close. I wanted to see a buy. You know, I marked this up on the 5-minute. We came under, swept all this internal stuff. Double wick, big bull engulfing. Well, I mean, it wasn't an immediate engulfing candle, but a big bull engulfing here. Straight into consolidation. And then we've come up with this bullish engulfing here, which is nice, showing that, okay, look at the candles. And what I mean is, why I say look at the candlestick characteristics, look at the engulfing, look at the wicks, is because when you're not, and don't ever take this as, you know, as the gospel. Take it as a confluence. Take it as a pinch of salt into a larger ingredient for your meal. You know, so what we're doing is we're looking at the candlestick characteristics. We're also looking that we're in consolidation. We're looking at the candles compared to the green compared to the red, bulls compared to the bears. Looking at the wicks. The wicks are very equal at the moment. Maybe a little bit, you know, biased to the upside, but we're in this tight consolidation range, and then we get this big bull candle. We started pushing up, but then we rejected. So what I want to see now, if we closed at this point here and pulled back, I would have been in a buy already by now. Yes, we got a close above this consolidation. No, we didn't get a close above the wick. And we also didn't get this continuation close here. You know, I wanted a stronger bull close for confirmation. Pull back into this consolidation zone here. I would have been in a buy right now. However, due to this wick here and due to a little bit of weakness, and we've got this high, I think I want to see something along the lines of this. So if I just draw it up, I've got some bull movement up, maybe a bit of a pullback. It doesn't have to be a pullback. I'm happy to enter in without one, depending on the price action. And this is what Griff was talking about earlier. My trading is very similar to Griff's, as in it's very discretionary. My discretion is going to depend on whether I pending limit this or whether I actually, market execute. So that's what I want to see. And then where would we target? Where's our potential point of continuation, potential point of reversal, etc.? Where would I want to take out? I mean, we got this zone here. Where it depends where my stop would be, where my stop loss be. Again, that would depend on discretion as well. So if we're getting some real good bull movement, then my stops would probably be here. If we're struggling a little bit like we are now, then I'll probably put my stops down here as like a just in case stop loss. So then I'd be able to manage my trade. And why I do that is because price may want to come down here and then pull back a little bit, and I'd be able to get out for a better price after an invalidation. However, if price shoots up, then I'm going to put my stop here, because if price shoots back down, I get taken out. It shows that there's more volatility. The higher the volatility, usually the tighter my stop is, because the higher the chance of it, reversing, like deep reversal in the opposite direction to where I'm going is a little bit more likely. Whereas if price is just dwindling like it is now, then it may take a while to come down to my stop loss, and then it may pull back up, and then it'll allow me to take out. So my discretionary stop loss will be here, and my hard stop will be down here. So that's my gold analysis. I want to see buys at the moment.
Griff, and you, if you had to analyze gold, what would you say it is that you would be looking for?
Well, as you know, I trade primarily the 1 hour. At the moment, I'm seeing that it's been in this larger downtrend, and we're kind of coming into a range. I can definitely see what Will's saying in the short term, because it's literally like just this price action. But for me, looking on the 1 hour, it's difficult to say while it's range bound.
Yeah, fair.
I think
What would you need to see to trade this? What would you need? What do you want to see?
I would need to see price completely leave the range. So either breaking this low or breaking these highs. And then I would be taking a flag, a continuation in either direction. But I could also accept a reversal if we break highs and retrace and we ascend into like above this range, and then we get a break of this most recent low and we get a move like this. That would be acceptable as well. Also, liquidity sweeps I feel are quite good. If you get a downtrend, a range, and then just pop up, break this high, and then continue down like this, that's essentially a larger flag. It's basically this. So if I were to take a bet, I would say maybe we'll reject above here, something like that. That would be my anticipation, my forecast on gold, but I don't trade this pair.
You don't trade gold at all, no?
No, I don't trade gold at all. I've got probably the only experience I have with gold is what we've discussed on the live stream in the past.
Yeah.
So maybe like less than an hour.
Yeah, fair.
I'm a pure Forex boy.
Nice, man.
MCF days.
CFD type of guy, you know what I mean? Seen this as well, Annie Forever, I like this. Suggestion for Will, I'm a hitman. I hit TPs. I like that.
You know, TPs has a very different like context where I'm from. Like TP is literally toilet paper.
I was gonna say
So if you're
toilet
gonna-
paper.
Yeah, if you're gonna TP something or if you're gonna hit a TP, you're
You're going to the loo.
Good luck to your girlfriend translating that as well. She might just
Yeah.
literally say they might just understand like, oh, he kills people.
Yeah, no, yeah. Or shall I just say, I'm legally not allowed to tell you, but rest assured, I'm employed.
I have a non-compete.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't disclose anything, I'm
I can't
afraid.
disclose anything.
On gold, gold for me is super flat at the moment. The way that I view gold, and I've said this many times before, this is the daily chart. We've been so bullish over such a long period of time, and we eventually got to the point where the pullback days became a lot stronger. So if you had to compare the pullbacks that we had over here versus this pullback and then this pullback over here, an attempt to push higher, we made a double top, and then we just absolutely collapsed. So if you look at the overall trend, we're still, we're not consolidating quite like this yet, but we are starting to get into a bit of a consolidation phase if you had to compare it with what we had here. And we haven't had a breakout really within the last few days. If I go down to the lower time frame, there you have the double top. This was all-time highs, and this was This was the 20th of October. So it's 2 weeks ago now that we reached all-time highs, and it does not seem as though we're going to be going back to all-time highs anytime soon, because the amount that we need to take back to get to all-time highs is $400, and it seemed like we could do it easily, when we were going for all-time highs, but ever since we've had a double top and we started pushing lower, it just seems as though there's no interest to push it back to this point just yet. So on the lower time frame, I'm saying lower time frame, on the 4-hour time frame, we've broken lower. Where did I put that? Okay, we've broken lower, and this is a daily bearish one. If I just go back onto the daily chart, you can see that it started pushing lower. One day that it tried to push up, it failed, and then it started pushing lower. So this is a daily base. Here's another daily base. We've wicked into the previous daily base, completely disrespected this one, pushed into this one, and now it seems as though we're having a reaction off of it. If I go down to the hourly, we have an hourly base over here once we broke lower than the daily base above it. Price reacted off of it, pushed lower, almost tested it, came and tested the daily low or daily base, pushed back into the hourly base, reacted off of it, but failed to make a new low. So if you wanted price to really push for bearish pressure, you would have needed this price over here to push lower than the daily base at least. So we wanted to show that we really want to push lower, but instead what it did was it just came back in, and now it's consolidating between these 2 points. So if I go down onto the half hour or the 15 minute, you will see it clearly. It is hopping between these two spots relentlessly. This was the 1 hour base. No intention to go higher than it. Started pushing lower. No intention of going lower than this point. And every single time it tries to go higher or lower, it's just confined in these two resistance points, the support and the resistance. To me, I agree with Griff. We need to see either one of these two quite clearly broken. And we need to show either a retest of some sort, so break through, retest the box, and then continue lower, or we need to see it just absolutely fall through. It just needs to tank. And then the question is, what needs to happen for it to tank like that? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to tank. I'm also more inclined to think that there is the potential for it to start pushing higher yet again at some point. But as it is right now, I feel that we've reached that point. If you go back to the daily, we've reached this point yet again, where we're going to have consolidation for quite a while, multiple weeks, before we start having another rally. Because, I mean, gold has been super overbought. There's we pushed to all-time highs, and it's amazing. And then the reaction has been a lot stronger off of it. But what's gonna force it to push higher? What's gonna force it to drop lower? This to me is just, we're a little indecisive. We don't quite know where we want to take gold next. This is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling this is going to happen. We're going to have quite a bit of consolidation. No real breakout to new highs. No lower, this low over here. This daily bearish, bullish base. I don't think we're going to test this or this point anytime soon. I think we're going to be jumping between these two for a little while. So this daily one and this daily one, I think we're going to be jumping through this potentially for the rest of the year. And then come the new year, we might see an actual direction. But then again, I'm not a predictive trader. I trade what I see. So if I wanted to trade gold right now, I will go down to the 15-minute as an example. I will just move this out of the way so that it's a little bit clearer. I'll just move this out of the way. And I would look for some sort of intraday structure that I can trade either on the 5 or the 15. So right now we have this consolidative section here. I would want to see some sort of break, hypothetically a break lower, a retest, and then an attempt to come to the daily low on Tokyo as an example, which is also the current daily low. That is one thing for me to look for, or alternatively, just try and trade the same breakout and retest and then continuation to the high of yesterday, or close to, at least, like a midpoint between it. Because right now we're at the high of the day, pretty much. So if you are on the daily candle, well, we're not at the high, but what I mean is like we have very little wick above. We're very little wick above the high. So at no point during the day that we really want to attempt to push higher than what we opened on the day.
Yeah, fair.
So for me, very much sideways. I'm not really interested in trading gold, but if I had to, it would be intraday, and I would look for some sort of break and retest on the lower time frame. I will choose an area of consolidation, and I will see how it reacts on it. Start pulling lower down or pushing higher up, and then I will make a decision based on that.
Nice. I mean, we seem to be dropping, so.
Oh, I mean, this candle hasn't closed yet. It's still another 12 minutes.
It's not where I want it to close either yet, so I'm fine. Just in willing his stories again, dude. Like, if you don't like my stories, I won't tell him. I thought maybe you may like my stories. Also, guys, there's over 200 of you watching right now, which is absolutely awesome. Half an hour left of this, of me, Griff, and Richard Butler. So, guys, it would be super cool if you can give us a like on the video, smash the thumbs up. Let's see, guys. Should we set another challenge? Let's see if we can get 200 likes. That's only what, 42 likes, 42 more likes. So, 200 likes by 1 p.m. I reckon we can easily do that. But more importantly, guys, we're super close to 90,000 subscribers. 90k subscribers, and we will do a big giveaway. So guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel, make sure you hit the like button as well on the video, and we shall continue. Let's have a bit of catch up with chat. Yeah, there's a few of you saying some awesome stuff in here.
Dude, yeah, there's some few non-awesome stuff as well.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of complaints.
Yeah, well, can't keep them all happy.
Unfortunately not, no.
DJ William D, what if your in-laws are already watching the stream? Oh, they're not, man. They're sleeping right now. It's like, what's the time? It is, oh no, it's 8 p.m. It's 8 p.m. at night in Hong Kong right now, so it's not too bad. Griff already knows what gold does to the mental. That's why he doesn't trade it.
Oh, yeah.
Mate, 100%. Dude, I got burnt on gold for a couple of years, so only now slowly coming back to gold. Akram Void coming in. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Void? How you doing, bro? Good to see you in. Void, a little birdie tells me that you may be, you know. Do I don't know. Void, let me know. Do I give the game away, or you keep it?
No, dude. Don't spoil the surprise.
I mean, if it's a surprise, I don't want to spoil it. Void, let me know. Let me know in chat. Scott, hello. How are you doing, Scott? Good to see you in. What's your go-to strategy identifying high probability trades in Forex? Super simple. Consolidation, breakout, retest, fib retracement, basic trend, higher highs, higher lows. Merge all that together and find what works for you. Stop loss at the where you think that you're wrong, and then TP at the lowest hanging fruit. Thus, this basically the simplest strategy, or the simplest profitable strategy that I could recommend anyone trades, and that's the strategy that pretty much I used.
Well, what a way of saying I have the best strategy. Follow me.
Well, if I didn't have the best strategy, or if I didn't think I had the best strategy, I'd try and find a better strategy, you know?
Moroccan Technologies asking why you guys analyze price. It's lagging data.
Well, what else?
I mean, all of the information that's there is technically lagging data. Even if you are on futures, it doesn't matter.
Even if you're an institutional trader, it's lagging data because you got to wait for it to come out.
I don't think price is lagging.
No, I mean like.
I know what you're referring to, like the latency in receiving it, but like price is the fastest data available.
The price is the price. Okay, maybe on the futures market it may be a little bit different, or maybe a little bit better if you want to argue that, maybe.
I'm curious to hear what Moroccan Technologies analyzes, if not price.
Yeah, like what would the
1 second tick chart.
Yeah, I mean, what would the alternative be to analyzing price, Moroccan technologies? What do you suggest be the alternative to lagging data? Genuine question.
Yeah, no,
genuine question.
that's super interesting, because if you don't condone price analysts, I'm assuming it'd be fundamental. I'm assuming you'd be like a macroeconomical trader, fundamental trader, but even then, you're still going to be looking at delayed, news coming out. Unless you are Jerome Powell, you're still going to be waiting for the rest of us. Still going to be waiting with the rest of us for the news data to come out. And then what are you going to actually place on? Like, what terminal are you placing? What are you placing your trades on? Because you're still going to be placing on a terminal where price is delayed or lagging. So that's a really interesting question, actually. Richard is the best, the master. Richard is the best. Richard is the GOAT, guys. I can't lie.
You're probably referring to Richard Wells, because I don't think I'm the best.
Simply the best.
Somebody was asking for UJ earlier. I just wanted to make sure that I saw. Please look at UJ. Yes. MD. I'm gonna screw this up by trying to.
Oh, you've started now though. You've made the effort.
Nope. I'm going to save face and just say MD. I'm gonna have a look at UJ now. I'm currently on the. Let's just go over to the 4-hourly. Just very quickly, we have a high point over here, which was the 9th of October, where we had a double top effectively. So I'm seeing this as a resistance point. So price needed to break and close above it, which it did. The same idea down here. We have a resistance point where price attempted to push lower and failed. So we have two resistance points on the 4-hourly. We've had the break, which happened on the 30th of October, which was last week. We had the break, and now the idea is you need to see some sort of retest. So the idea that I can see here is that we pushed into this area up over here around about the 154.20, let's say 154.30 point, where price has really struggled to attempt to push higher. We had one little wick above it and then absolutely dropping off now this morning. So this is today. The idea that I see is that we need to come and test this support point, which was a resistance point previously, because we had a nice clean break out of it. We need to come and see price test it and then decide what it wants to do from this point. Right now, UJ to me, from last week, basically was bullish. Now it's consolidative, and now it seems like it wants to start breaking. The only thing is that it is so, if I just extend this a little bit, that is quite a large area of consolidation. I think I checked it earlier and it was something like 60 pips of consolidation. Yeah. It's like 60 pips just on the candle bodies. So right now, it doesn't feel like it really wants to push higher, but at the same time, it also needs to break lower than this before I can say, okay, we're back to a bearish trend, as an example. I do think that there's quite a bit of UJ strength, not UJ, Japanese yen strength that's coming in, because you can see it across the board on all of the Japanese pairs. It's going down. So there's something happening in Japan that is causing more strength in relation to the other pairs. Or let's not necessarily say strength, but let's rather say that there is a higher interest in buying Japanese yen or investing now in Japanese yen versus what was happening over the last week, basically. So UJ, depending on how you would want to trade it, if you were intraday, obviously intraday is always going to be look for the highs and the lows during a certain section of the day, look how it breaks, consolidates, breakouts from those points. On the higher time frame, it's the same idea. Look for how price is reacting on key areas. Like I've said now, this to me is an area of interest. This little box up here, I would want to see how price is going to react off of it. The same idea here. You have a break and you want to see the retest. If I did not, if I traded higher time frame, I would have wanted price to come in here and then fail and then aim for this top point. That is what I would want to trade. But like I said, we also have this interest area down here, and we also have a daily bullish candle, a bullish base that can also be tested on its way pushing higher. So on the higher time frame, we're still technically bullish because we are making higher highs and higher lows. So just this one over here basically is a higher low. This was a higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low. So technically we're still still bullish. But still the idea that we need to wait for some sort of lower time frame structure to be reacted from, and then we can decide to enter a trade. I don't know if you guys agree with this. Today is bearish, but
it's interesting because although you're looking at different things to me, we end up with quite similar conclusions. I agree that although we've seen this move down, it's not really convincing yet. And for me, it's based on the way that we've seen a slowdown in that momentum, and we've seen all those wicks, price breaking and retracing the low. So for me, it could really go in either direction now, because at the top there, we've got almost an ascending channel. We've got like a triple top. We've got all those wicks as well. So yeah, again,
My thing is though, why there?
having to react, it's difficult to say what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
You mean, Will, you mean like why here?
I just don't like why it's paused there. I feel like we could have come down a little. I think we got a little bit further to come down.
I like how you said it. It's like it felt like in a horror movie. It's like it's too quiet.
Yeah.
Something up. This is odd.
100%. That's such a relatable feeling when trading as well. Like you're just sitting there and like, why? No,
It doesn't feel right. It feels a bit
it's
strange.
in the middle of nowhere.
That's your
like-
intuition speaking.
Yeah. It's like why have we paused right here? Why no. It could have come down like 20 pips lower. Then I could understand like, okay, yeah, if we start to show momentum to the upside from here, I potentially want to start looking for validations for buys. That's fair enough. But like if you're just in the middle of nowhere and then it's just like, nah, we're going to turn around now. It's like, why? Why are you buying from here? What has happened on the higher time frame and the lower time frame? Like scroll from the daily right the way down to the 5-minute time frame and ask yourself on a technical basis, why here? Don't start with the fair value gap.
I wanted to see if I could trigger you, mate. Why here? Well, if you go over to the 4-hourly, there's a 4-hourly fair value gap, mate.
Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. There we go. Point of a zone of interest. There's a zone of interest. 4-hour fair value gap. Okay. But if you look on a smaller time frame, there's nothing.
And based on the way that I look at the markets, I don't really put any weight on fair value gaps.
Yeah,
there's just nothing.
Fair value gaps for me.
Which one do we follow? Do we follow the 4-hourly, which is this one, or do we follow the 2 1-hourly ones, which are these ones? Is there a 30-minute one?
There's gonna be a 30-minute one right bang on in the middle, just to shut me up.
Oh wow, there's actually a 30-minute one that aligns very nicely with the 1-hourly one.
Stop. Exactly what you're doing right there. Now, delete that top hourly one.
This one or this one?
No. Yeah, that one there. Delete that. So we've got a 4-hour fair value gap imbalance. We've got a 30-minute imbalance. We've got a 1-hourly imbalance, all of which confluence. Now, this is what it stresses me out. So many people just want to trade on a fair value gap bias only. Now, if we look at that, you've got 3 imbalances, 3 fair value gaps. But what are they doing? They're confluencing. So if you zoom out a little bit. Stop there. We'll zoom in a bit more. There we go. So now you've got that. Also, you've got a massive break and retest zone. You've got that consolidation. Exactly. Yeah. So mark out you've marked out that consolidation there.
Let's call it a swing low.
There we go. So you've marked out that consolidation. We've broken out, and then a couple of weeks later, we've come back into it. Think about like prices being fractal on a smaller time frame. You know, you're looking at price, you break, you retest. What's going on? You ready to come in? No, okay. So we got that sort of that breakout. We've got the retest and the continuation. Same goes on a smaller time frame. Same goes on a larger time frame. Price is very fractal when you think about it like that. So we're having it now on a larger time frame. But what are we adding to the mix? We're adding confluences. Confluences being zones, areas, those being fair value gaps or imbalances, whatever you want to call them. And then potentially, if you go ahead and put a fib, now you may have to go onto the 4 hour to put a fib. No, on the breakout of the
you want the whole move?
Yeah, I want the whole move. Yeah, so in fact, yeah, there you go. So so let's go whole move, bottom to top.
You want it from here, just this section?
From the very bottom, the very there
here.
You go, from there, right to the top.
How many confluences can we find?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's called confluence stacking. So right, where's that 30-minute fair value gap?
It was this one.
Is it like is it a 50 fill or is it a...
Where is it? It's this one.
Yeah.
It's this one that is in line with...
Where's that as related to the fib?
The fib. It's just above it.
Above what? The 50?
0.5.
Okay, so just above the 50 fill. So that's what I mean, guys. You know, we're starting to look at it now as a higher time frame confluence area to come down into. So now when I get stressed saying, I don't like where it's coming from, like that horror movie, it's too quiet. That's why. You know, it's in the middle of nowhere. All the confluence are stacking to say you're about 20, 30, 40, 50 pips too short. So therefore...
So you wanted to drop lower.
I wanted to be dropping.
Now I'm going to start going up. So technically you want... Oh, I deleted this one accidentally as well. You want it to come and test.
I want it to come into that, maybe the low of that zone. I want it to come into the low of that zone. Then I want to be dropping down to the smaller time frames, checking out.
And what is it known as?
Break and retest, demand zone. There you go, break and retest. That'll do.
Break of a significant area or an area where previously was resisted or supported from. You have a break. And
support zone, support resistance zone.
This is just a 4 hour one. I mean, if you went down to the 5 minute, I'm pretty sure you can find another area upon which you can say, oh, okay, cool, we have a break and retest on that one as well. Like you can find another spot for that as well.
Yeah. So when I say it's not ready and like it's in the middle of nowhere, that's why. And that's how I mark my zones of interest out. That's how I sort of want to see price come into. And if it doesn't come into that zone there, if it buys from there, guys, congratulations, you're right, but it wasn't my trade. And that's the difference between like profitable and unprofitable traders. Is if I was an unprofitable trader right now and a FOMO trader, I'd hear you two talking about buying from this opportunity here. If you're correct and it goes up, yay, I've made money with you and I've FOMO'd and it is a bad win, but nonetheless I've made money and I'm going to continue to be unprofitable for another day because I haven't learned a lesson. However, if I'm correct and it heads down, you guys have unfortunately taken a loss. It's a good loss because that's what your strategy has told you and you followed it. However, if I've FOMO'd in, I've now taken a loss following you guys, knowing that I should have waited for my overall analysis to come down into my zone. And that's why I say, guys, don't copy signals, don't copy people, don't copy trades. That's why I say don't copy our trades on stream. You need to make sure you're doing your own analysis. And here's a big reason why. Me and Rich trade very, very, very similarly. Even Griff was just saying about how Griff and Rich, their analysis was lining up and marrying up quite nicely. We all trade very similarly, except these two are now telling me that it could go up from this zone, and I'm saying, no, wait. No, everyone trades differently. Everyone trades in their own style. So trust your analysis. Trust your analysis and give us a thumbs up on the video. We're getting
is
close.
our
We got
special guest ready yet, or what?
again, mate.
Is our special guest ready?
No, he's got 10 minutes or 9 minutes.
Okay. So we've still got time. There's a few more questions that I think we can like kind of just touch on quickly.
5ers. I like this comment as well. 5ers the best, no cap.
Yeah, thanks, DJ. We agree with you.
Yeah, 100% man. Only the best. Only the best come on the 5ers stream.
Alicia said that what was this? I think last week's live when the host spoke about trading and some person who had account for 1 year with multiple consistent payouts resonated with me and inspired to subscribe. Dude, we love to hear that. That's like amazing. Like if you hear about consistency from people, let's say for argument's sake, that watch the stream as an example, dude, power to you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like we say on stream all the time, it's about consistency and discipline. Show up every single day, put in the good work, make sure that you've got the mindset and the psychology, journal everything, and just be disciplined. You know, keep doing what you know that you need to be doing to succeed. I've been trading this over a year now, this account. Now, I passed phase 1 in January. I passed it in January, phase 1. And then January, I started my phase 2. April, I passed my phase 2. May, I went into 7% drawdown, or like May, June, July, I went into 7% drawdown. And now I'm 1.6% away from break even. You know, so you know, I've been trading this account over 12 months now, and I'm back up to where I should be. So I'm back up to technically like 12.4% if we look at the overall account in total. And then before that, I was live trading on I wasn't live trading. I was trading on a demo account, which I made 2% on. So what's that? 13, 14, that's 15%. Minus 1.6, so it's like 12.4, 13%, something like that. So overall, for the year, I'm up. But due to the fact that it's been between a demo account, P1 and P2, and live account, then obviously the results aren't going to show it. But you know, my back testing does, my data does, my journal does. So for the year, I am up. However, you know, right now I'm at break even. All about consistency and trust in your strategy. Had I have been following other people's trades and FOMO in and revenge trading, I would have blown this account probably back in April, May.
And then I see Alicia's also saying the Excel spreadsheet shared yesterday assisted me with my simulated trading backtest as I move closer to a high stake account. Thank you. I'm up 4% from Asian entry on GU using the spreadsheet. Like, okay, so first of all, I didn't even have I had the opportunity yesterday, but the intention was to spread the spreadsheet, share it, and have an opportunity during the week to kind of like go through it and explain a little bit more on it. So the fact that you're already up 4% just from having a look at that information is like, dude, that's pretty cool. That
is really cool. That is really, really cool. Also, guys, come on, we got 6 minutes. 6 minutes and we've got 184 likes. Guys, come on. 16 likes and we are up to 200. Absolutely smash that. Make sure we get 200 likes in 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes to get 200 likes, and then we're going to have to love you and leave you, and I'm going to go out for lunch with my family as it's my dad's birthday. So give us a big thumbs up, guys, and give us a thumbs up if you've taken a look at Rich's spreadsheet as well and it's helped you.
So I can bring the spreadsheet up if anybody would like to have a look at it, and I can quickly just run through a few things on it, and then maybe get Griff's opinion on spreadsheets. What is this spreadsheet, Rich? Nice. So technically this is a spreadsheet. Okay, so I bought a new 5K account, which I'm going to only trade live on the The5ers stream and on Will and myself's stream that we have in the mornings. So it's an account that I want to have as transparent as possible. So the spreadsheet that I'm showing you now is a spreadsheet that I'm using to manage my risk. It shows me everything that I want to know: what lot size, what TP, what stop loss, what is my expectancy based on my best of 3 strategy. Everything is here. I have all of the details of the account, what it is that I'm aiming for, and I can see exactly where I am after I've taken a trade. So the intention is to show just the data side of things, first of all. The second thing is a live trading on that account will only happen on stream. So I can't take a trade outside of stream hours. It can only be on stream. So eventually I'll have an equity curve that I can then share as well, which is what I'm going to do once there is an equity curve with a few trades. Now, I haven't taken any trades on this account as yet, first and foremost because there hasn't been a trading opportunity today or yesterday. So once all of those things are in place and I've started taking a few trades, you will get to see everything. So I've explained yesterday that this is basically just the day section. So if I ended a day with $25 in profit as an example, it's going to show me I am up and how much I still need to make until I've passed phase 1. So this is phase 1's information. This is phase 2's information, basically. And then I have a risk to reward of 1 to 2 or a 1 to 3 that I will be working on, and then I will be incorporating it with my best of 3, which is this section on the side. I know exactly if I am using a 10 pip, this is points, so it's 10 pips, 100 points on MetaTrader. If I'm looking for a 10 pip stop loss at 0.25% risk, I know that for my $5,000 account, I need to have a 0.125 lot size. Now, obviously, you can't have the third decimal as a lot size, but there's the lot size, and then it tells me exactly what my dollar risk will be, the percentage of the account risk, and then based on my take profit, in this case is a 1 to 2, and this is a 1 to 3, what my take profit and everything is there. And then if I take trades and I lose, how many trades can I lose before this account is moot? Before I've lost the account? I have 40 trades basically, in which I can have 40 complete losses in a row before I lose this account. On the right-hand side is the best of 3. So my idea is I will take a maximum of 3 trades a day. Whichever comes first, 2 wins, 2 losses. So 2 wins, 0 losses, whichever comes first, or 0 wins and 2 losses, whichever comes first. And then you have the 2 in the middle, which is basically you can have 2 wins and a loss and 1 win and 2 losses. And then that's the best of 3. And I know that if I have 2 wins at this current 0.12 lot size, I will end the day on $24 up. And this is including commission, because 12.48 as a win and another win is 12.48, and I just put the 0.48 in my commission on the right hand side, and then it will give me exactly my combined total, knowing that I'm up the day $24, which is 0.48. This times 2 is 0.48. So it gives me everything. I don't need to work it out. I don't need to calculate. Before I enter a trade, I can say, okay, I want to risk 15 pips. I want to risk 0.5%. What does it need to be? It needs to be 0.167. Obviously, I can't do the 7. Now I know that if I'm going to risk that, I need to increase this as well. So 154. Sorry, 15.4, not 154. It's 15.4 pips. And then going for a 1 to 3, then I need to increase it as well. That kind of this would be a 1-to-1 as an example. But that's basically how I'm going to use this in order to trade this account whenever I'm on stream.
That's great. I think that's going to be really helpful. I can see you've put in a lot of formulas, so it doesn't look like it requires too much upkeep. So that's helpful.
Only thing you need to have a look at to change is the stuff in yellow.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
That's all. That's all you need to. And you can change it to however you want it. Like you can even have a look at the formulas, and they're quite simple, straightforward.
The fact that's actually helped people as well, which is super cool. Also, guys, I think it's time. I think you're ready to come in.
Yeah, let's bring him in.
Good. Awesome. What's good? Void is in the house, everybody. What's good?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
How are you doing, man?
Doing well. Is my mic working well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect, mate.
Nice to meet you guys. Weird.
Yeah, mate. Dude, it's
first time to
awesome to
meet
put a
you.
face to the name, man. Like, I remember back in the LLTF days, I remember you being a viewer and like a guy in chat. So, mate, it's super cool to meet you,
Really?
man. It's awesome to have you here.
Likewise, man. It's been a journey because
Yeah.
those kind of days that where I was thinking of giving up in this craft, you know. So you and Rich been here with me, like for the long run, for real,
Yeah.
for a
That's,
while.
that's
So how
super
you
cool,
doing?
man.
Rich, we
Yeah.
met before. Griff, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you too, mate.
Well, we've streamed before together, so
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Especially in Discord. So
yeah, but
yeah.
also on mic, modest mic.
Yeah, he got me to stream it. Like, yeah. So,
Yeah.
like, life is a weird journey, you know. I'm glad I'm here.
Dude, like anything can happen, man. I say this to people all the time. I'm like, never like close your mind. Anything can happen. Say yes to absolutely every opportunity you get. And who knows? Like you said, you know, guys, Rich was a viewer with us. You know, he was a guy in chat, no different to you guys. Dude, so was Akram. Like I remember these guys were like watching me and Rich. Like end of last year, early last year, watching us on LLTF, supporting us. Now look at them; they're literally both here on the 5ers streaming with us. So, dude, this is super cool, man. You know, anything happens. You know, life's super weird. But guys, can we get an absolutely massive thumbs up for everybody?
Sorry, Will, I'm gonna have to jump off. We have a massive electrical storm right now, and I need to plug everything out. Like,
yeah, no, dude,
Hey,
from the
I
lightning
thought it's my side, you know. So I freaked out a bit.
I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's super cool, man.
You got
sorry,
to be
I'm
cooked
gonna have
here.
to jump out before I lose everything. Guys,
Sweet. Rich, have a great
it
one,
was
dude.
awesome. Thank
See
you
you
for having me.
soon.
I think we've got Anastasiia
Cheers,
in the back
mate.
as well. She can replace me if she wants to.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
guys.
Rich. See
See
you
you
later.
later, Richard.
See you,
Have
Richard.
a good one, mate.
I gotta rotate out as well, I'm afraid. 1 p.m. is my cue. I've just missed you, Anastasiia. Sorry.
No, I was
She's
waiting.
here.
You guys talk. Welcome, Akram. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Anastasiia.
Finally.
I should just. Yeah, for sure. Nice to see you as well. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I was already wondering, you know, when is it gonna be time and he's gonna join the live stream? And here you are.
I didn't want to give too much away because obviously we got a message and Jonathan let me know, and I was like, oh, I was gonna like announce it and be like big it up, and I thought, no, I'm gonna leave it as a surprise. Anastasiia, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Okay, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, all good. Guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I'm gonna dip off. Guys saying, hey Akram, yo, hello Akram, LJ Akram.
My man.
Oh man, guys, everybody, look after Akram and Anastasiia. Big thumbs up to the guys, and I'm gonna leave you in the very, very capable hands of these two fantastic people here. Do not forget to leave a subscribe on the channel. Make sure we see if we can get to 90k, guys, and then there's gonna be a big giveaway. Super, super close to that. And then, guys, do not forget to like the channel and like the video. And I shall see you all tomorrow, same time, 11:30 a.m. UK time. But for now, ciao for now. See you later, guys. Take care.
See you, Will.
Bye.
See you soon.
I'm going to see you.
See you.
Cheers, Griff.
And there we are.
It's good of us.
How are
How
you?
you doing, Anastasiia? It's been a
Good.
long time. Like,
Yeah.
surprised me, Jonathan, this morning. So I was asking him about LJ, how he's going with situation and stuff, like to wish him well. And he was like, "Yeah, we got a slot. You come in?" I was like, "Man, like, okay, I'm here."
Wait, he told you
And
to
then-
today morning.
Yeah, he told me like it was a totally surprise for today. So
Wow. Wow. Okay. So how are you feeling?
it's getting in the motion. So feeling like I'm flying a plane while building it. You know, like trading, like a massive position in gold. I'm trying to hold together.
It's definitely
Yeah.
not as stressful as a messing position in gold. So it's good. Good to have you here, really.
Thank you.
Good evening
Thank
from
you everyone for coming by.
bed, LJ says. LJ, get well soon. Please do.
Best wishes.
Yes, absolutely. So, as we are for the first time meeting in person, finally.
Yeah,
Not
for sure.
not on two different sides. We are on one side of the stream right now. Could you tell, please, me and also the audience, because not everyone knows you, a little bit about yourself and your trading journey. So, how did you get here? How did it happen that you are now into trading? Because everyone usually has a funny story behind it.
Yeah, so funny enough, I started trading 2 years ago. I just checked my profile in 5ers, and next 2 weeks I will get like close 2 years,
Okay.
and I become profitable in 1 year, like
One
system wise,
Wow.
backtesting, gathering my edge, understanding my way into the market.
Yeah.
But still, I had some creases and refinement in the term of psychology and like getting my life together to get into the sort of trading. Because at first I understood that trading accelerate everything because we use leverage, you know. So when you use leverage, so I used to like when I was in my old days, when I was a kid, I was working in the market and sort of thing. So I got an idea in the supply demand psychology of the human behind it and how like when things get rare, how the scarcity, you know.
Yeah.
So this is like when I started like trading after I finished my college because I got background in law.
In law.
So I find like I had like I got background in law and I've been got previous history in esport, was playing a lot of video games. So I got that sort of things that trading got everything for me, better
Yeah.
recognition, some analytic view, and a bit of discretion,
Hmm.
you know. So if I can combine the like everything in the puzzle piece, I can have like sort of way, and especially with trading, because trading, how I can say it, like a whole universe, a whole realm, that collective of a human in it,
Yeah.
So this is like where my name came from. You see, because my name came from like void. This is like the name I chose for trading. Because when I entered trading, I saw like so many things in my life reflect in trading, especially when I'm in a trade, in analysis. Like best things, best experience shows up when
Yeah.
things in line. Because most of us, like academic, we're raised how to make money, to work and everything, but we didn't raise like to manage money at risk.
That's true.
So yeah, like, and this is like when they hit me a close one in the first 3 months of trading. I started to trade like with $20 because it was a bit much for me at that time, because try it out, because that first thing like money fast, like leverage and things. So I started with a 20 pip challenge. If you pass you by in some sort of way in your journey, like 20 pips challenge, you risk 10 pips, you got 20, you risk the same, so you can flip that
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Okay, this flipping percentage challenges, kind of. Yeah, I did it as well, of course. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and got me that rush, like a big
Yeah.
rush into trading, and so that get me like this thing is possible. Like I saw what it can do. Like it is not about the numbers increasing. So that's where I figure out that I don't have the risk tolerance for it.
Mhm.
Because when you get in the behavior of flipping account, yeah, it's not gonna end well. And like I see myself in trading. I want to trade for years to come, you know,
Mhm.
and suit it as a lifestyle. So I started to my like self analysis, like if I keep flipping and this much hurts, how I can reduce my risk tolerance. So I manage it. Like I know I am disciplined with zero point 0.1 lot, so I can be disciplined with 10 lots. But when things got much at stake, like some previous thing behind your back, like come out to life. So and be hindrance to you. So yeah, that's what get me into prop firm. That's when I discovered the fivers in the Mythical Armageddon, if you remember it.
Oh, I don't think so.
So when the meta quote changed the regulation in the US, multiple firm get like get taken from it the meta quote
Yeah,
and
okay.
five
Yeah.
like yeah. So I got that term like I this is how I found the fivers in throughout the stream, and yeah, from then I get into trading. So now I am like building it bit by bit, you know, because like I'm still 2 years in my journey, but like I got long-term plan to set it into my lifestyle, like I said, in terms of traveling, in terms of the way of the lifestyle I want to provide to the next generation, you know,
Yeah.
because like because what I see like trading can translate into generational thing lifestyle,
Yeah.
like because basically how I can say it, the fur like the market is from the old age since we are born, but it changed like in different ways. Like if you study the history, like it's been like trading sheets, something like that, silks, then gold, then money. You see, now then money, now we are reaching to the crypto era. So in terms of that, I set it like a goal, like if the things get faster and how like I can say it, the market go faster and things go faster, like with time and technology and everything. I think there is a chance there is to break the generational cycle
Yeah.
faster, and like the next our generation we can like provide in a way something for them with our knowledge of the market, you know.
Yeah, you kind of
So
build the legacy if it comes to trading if you do it right.
indeed.
Yeah, so that's I agree with you. I have a question to you, maybe a little bit going back into what you said. So, how did this challenge, this 20 pips, ended for you?
And well, I know where to stop. I know where my heart start to race and my health start to decline in a way. So I know what the market, how can it take his pound of flesh from us, like from our sacrifice, our time, our health, our
Yeah.
stress, and sort of things. So the 20 pip challenge got some stages. So I reached stage when I flipped my $20 to $500. Then I lost, I think, 150, 140. So I felt it. My initial balance like was $20. I
Yeah, yeah,
supposed to
yeah.
be like, but that stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
I glad I learned the stop loss from the first. That stop loss like got me thinking, yeah, nah, we need to grow from it. Because like I said, a close one from me in the 3 months in my journey, like when I was upset, like he told me like, man, you're still a baby in this journey. Like for example, if you went to the law school, you study 5 years to
Yeah.
become a lawyer, doctor 5 years to become a doctor, architect every like it's like made like 2 months and you want to like uh, make a Olympic theme, something like that.
That's what a
Well,
lot of people don't understand, right? Because this image that is built online, right, about trading is that everyone can do it fast. And
indeed,
people stopped indeed seeing it as a journey to learning, as a journey to keep growing your knowledge. People think for some reason that it's well for the reason of the wrong marketing, and they seem like it's the knowledge is much smaller here,
indeed,
and you can get lucky faster than, of course, if you become a lawyer, you're not gonna get lucky and become a good paid lawyer in like 10 days or 2 months from now. So
yeah,
it's impossible, but in trading it is possible by chance, by luck. It doesn't, obviously, it's not sustainable, but because of the stories and because of course, people want to make money, not always on trading, but sometimes on people, it gets a wrong marketing and builds a wrong image for beginners.
And you said a perfect thing when you talked about luck, because that's what took me a while into my profitability and getting my funded accounts. So my mission was, if I want this in the long run, I don't want to be lucky. I want to have a certain edge that gave me a certain result in the long term.
Yeah.
So that was my mission. Like, I can pass an account for margin. I can be lucky in CPI NFP. We saw the spike. We got like that rush,
Yeah.
dopamine. I don't know how to explain it.
I understand.
So my mission was for a year that I'm gonna pass an account with risk 0.1%. So that was my mission in trading. Then I'm gonna increase it bit by bit, because if I can prove myself that, yeah, there is a luck, because it's again probability in every way. But luck for me, like managing myself, self-analysis, catching the same move each and every time, getting my one kick. Like, I don't know, it's a Bruce Lee quote,
Yeah.
but they
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
like mastering that one kick.
Yeah.
So that was my mission for these 2 years, mastering my edge, mastering the market move, how the market moves. And that's when I started to trade the 1 minute time frame. Yeah.
1 minute.
In 1 minute. I used to trade NASDAQ in the 15 second, because I came from a school of discipline called the DTFX. That based, like, this is where I started to learn how to trade. Because first thing, I know I need structure in trading. I used to trade like in that 20 pips account. I used to trade trend lines, support and resistance in the 1 hour. Draw one here, one there, go there, go there. Like, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, so I want to find like structure. So I started to study like a playlist in the YouTube. Now it's gone. It's removed. But I glad I got it in the early days. So but there I built structure. So if you ask me, what's your trading style? I am hybrid trader, because you see me in the Fiverr stream. I use for each one, I learn something. So I am a hybrid. I don't have a concept. I just learn how the market moves and get that nuance, that final touch refinement for each one. Like from you, the volume. I use volume as well. From Mike, liquidity. LJ, fundamental. You see, even in the, like, when I start to build, like, understand the trading, I use Victor Quasimodo order block. I get my, like, then I started my own model from it, like understanding it. So even I get, like, if I ask me how many models to trade in, like, I have 6 models, but I use 3, proven 3. One trend continuation, one reversal, one mean reversion, and that's what I love the most. So yeah, I started to trade in the 1 minute when I started to learn about the structure, just to accelerate a bit of my understanding, because I want to work out my pattern recognition and my memory.
Okay. Yeah.
'Cause I believe the market based on 2 things: human behavior and memory. Because this is like where the higher time frame POI sort of things. Let me check the screen if it's showing. So
Yeah, it's showing.
this is,
We can see
yeah,
it.
this is like my trading is like a memory. Like, for example, this is like the zone. Like, I trade zone with some sweeps, some liquidity, they called it. I don't understand much liquidity because I have my own concept of it. So yeah, market structure, pretty easy things. And there was especially in Discord, because they think I'm crazy when I trade the 1 minute. Because
Yeah.
because basically, like, the market is basically a market structure, human element, and liquidity. Liquidity based on maybe the time and the market memory when the order is rushed. Like, for example, this Sunday open of the last week in the weekly chart. This is like where I has my point of interest, because I understand that if I am understanding the market structure and we have multiple player, Like we have high time frame market structure, mid time market structure, and a low time frame market structure. So let's say like 3 player. So I understand which one I want to be. Right now, I got like the micro edge in the microstructure based on the market memory of the Sunday Open. So when you see how it triggered, now it's in decision point. So right now, my strategy is say like follow the highs and lows. Like this like low high, put in this low, triggered market memory, set at a new high, body closure, transfer of volume, retracement, pick up some orders. You see, new high. This one is protected. Now they are fighting to make a decision. You see, now it's a battle of drawing. I always have that with LJ in the Discord. So right now, like this is like my way of trading. Right now, I think the higher time frame is done, and right now in mid-term time frame to make a decision before I take my next trade.
So, for example, in the current situation of gold, since you're explaining this, right?
Yeah.
What would be your perspective on the further movement? Like, where would you take it?
Let's say in 15 minutes. Right now, we say we are ranging. See, like we got this low, this high, this low protected. Okay. So right now, this low like set up like this high, but this low that set up like failed to make a new high. Now we are at battle point. So I can how I translate it? I translate like a chessboard. See? Because basically when I do my game plan, my setup, I set it like chessboard. Because the buyer set up their base, the seller set up their base. And the chessboard set up like this queen. See this move. Like we say it like candlestick structure or a demand area, something like that. Like this low, put this high, liquidate, then change the order flow. So what I do is set up this queen. Now this is the buyer's queen. See. Now this, as it said, based on the am I like, cause I bet like the chess, cause everyone doing their move. Now the sellers set up this like putting the high. Now to push a new high, this low in the lower time frame. Now we got the new queen for the sellers. Right now is a battle zone. See, macro, edge. Like I favor the longs, but right now to not getting chopped up, I see it like I see it as a battle zone for this queen and for this queen. So I'm betting on the longs, in my opinion. So if I would take longs right now, I'm not in a position. So I don't like if I want to see the price print forward right now. After this like high, like this low, failed to take the high. Now liquidated. But no, it's not liquidated. Liquidate this no, not even this. So my bet is if not like the price if it doesn't take something, no need like to get involved because the motto is if there is no sweep, you are the sweep. This is why I wait for something to get swept, to get taken, and see how the price print forward. Right now, you see like this battleground. Right now, they taken like see what's going on. My favorite for the long side, I would like to see this low taken, see some early buyers get taken, make a new queen here, tap into the old queen like here, change direction, make a new high, transfer the volume, retrace. If they forget something, they're gonna retrace and pick it up. Now I enter into the new order flow to the upside. And my bet is if I go to the daily, because I have a target, is this daily open. Right now they are fighting to reach it. So long term, I got this daily open, this daily open. I see like give the daily open and the macro view of the big player. so I can be alongside with them. Just right now, I'm seeing like trying to see if I get involved in it. Right now, it's low probability. If the price didn't take something, low probability. Even though, like it tapped in this zone, like this low, like this high and this low. Still, like I see it like fake.
Yeah.
Their strategy. This is fake one. Like to fake the early buyers, take around, like buy them, then liquidate your stops, then get involved. That's my overview on gold.
I'm also looking for the gold to reach the same level, upper, as the one that
Yeah.
you have. Yeah, but I'm also not trading it now, waiting to see what is gonna happen afterwards. I assume that there is a chance that we might not tap into the lower levels and just go up from there, but the target zone for me is the same as yours. So that's interesting. So you have a combination of different systems. So you're putting your trading system together as a puzzle from many different pieces. So
Indeed.
it's actually interesting because a lot of people start to use indicators and all of this kind of things, go on YouTube, and most of the popular strategies are based on this like easy things, and you started directly from the market structure, so naked chart all along for you. So was it why was it? What did you start with? How did you get into this direction of analysis first?
Got my own touch in a way, because I don't want the market to tell me who I am. I want to tell myself who I am, then I get to enter the market. So you know my name and you know the name Void. So that's where I got like an alter ego thing. We talked about it in Rich session. So yeah, after I got that hybrid trading style from naked chart with involvement of your style, LJ, and everyone else. So, like, how I can say it is, if it's microcosm of life itself, and everyone thinking like you can find everything, and everyone want to reach like get their own goal in life.
Yeah.
So I want to find what get me there in my trading style. I don't wait for indicator to tell me. I don't want anyone to tell me, because I'm gonna put my position in the line, and when it's active, I'm gonna pay for it with stress, with thinking, and this sort of things. See,
that's true.
So that's and health as well, because from my journey, I learned a lot, because the market got expenses in health, and I faced health crashes from trading. This is the thing no one talked about. Flashy numbers, like catching the highs and lows, but they don't see like the big rush or that stress or the the heart pump that later translate in something else in the long run.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is I want to be a healthy in every way I can. So my trading style is based on being healthy. See? So this is like where it translated my trading in every way.
It's interesting, yeah.
I'm still early, like I'm still baby trading, but yeah, I'm gonna like evolved in every way. Now I am in a phase, arc or chapter on self-analysis, because I got like the fundamentals, but now I am in the refinement and building the portfolio for the next expansion. Right now, in my trading journey, if you ask me, I'm in consolidation time right now. And the puppy agree with me. That's why he the puppy indicator. Yeah.
He's a trading dog.
What's his favorite pair to trade?
Well, he barks usually at gold majority of the time, so I suppose gold is.
He likes shiny stuff. Yeah. Likewise. My go-to is gold and DAX. I used to trade NASDAQ and US 30, but they are feisty, especially with the spikes. Feisty for
Yeah,
real.
they are. So you trade. That's the next question that I wanted to ask you. So you trade gold and you trade DAX. That's it.
Yeah, golden DAX. Because
That's enough.
when I started with 20 pips, I got the mindset of the collective of pips. So you can find me trade gold DAX, because that's where my mind translate the points, sort of things, and swing trade. Euro, not Euro much, because slow for me. GU and UJ, especially UJ, how the Japanese yen move. When they move, they move. You
Yeah.
see?
A lot
This
of people in the chat were also saying something about UJ. Honestly, I haven't looked into it for a while because I stopped trading it a couple of weeks ago. Stopped looking into this because I was waiting until they make a decision with the interest rate on both sides, and I stopped looking for it for a while after we've been stuck in the range. But many people were talking about it in the chat, so I'm gonna be opening it just in a second. So you trade UJ?
Wait, I did this like analysis in the Discord. I don't know what I did, but last week. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Whatever you did seems like it's working out. Whatever.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, it reached the zone as far as I understand that you wanted it to reach.
Yeah. Maybe from the way I'm seeing right now, looks like it's accumulating to sponsor an next move. My bet is the upside.
Upside.
Yeah, to the upside. I got this level. I can't remember for real because I do my analysis like Sunday, do my game plan, then I forget. Because then I be like a performance athlete. I just go perform. So I did the other work like later. See, because my way of trading is natural in a way. Let it come by nature. If it invalidates me, the stop loss saved me. If it doesn't, I think I've proven my edge, so I'm good for the long run.
Okay.
So yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
See. Just, I'm looking at the UJ because you are looking for longs. But you're only looking at the technical aspect, right? Not macro aspect.
Yeah, I'm technical. I'm still working on my fundamental and macro edge. Still not refined.
Yeah.
See?
So I'm questioning this because LJ is not with us. So he's trying to recover. I suppose too much trading, LJ.
We got stress. Yeah.
Yeah, but we had just lowering the rates last week, and I'm basically for the USD pairs. I'm mostly waiting until the further expectation towards the next rate cut, because if we're gonna, there we go. Whoa, 1 second. I'm gonna remove guys from the background.
Yeah.
The reason I'm not taking the buy on the UJ right now is because, from my personal perspective, they're gonna depend a lot on the further expectations of the rate cut. So last week we had the indication from Powell that it might be the last rate cut for a year. But it's gonna depend, and despite the easing labor market and so on, they want to wait. And we had, for the first time in 10 years, the discussion within the Federal Reserve members regarding the rates. So some of them didn't agree on the rate cut. One of them wanted a higher rate cut, and one of them didn't agree on the rate cut at all. So there is a discussion, and although they make a group decision always, so it's not an individual decision, the fact that there is a discussion regarding the next decision is also means a lot and can affect the market. So we had this jump despite the rate since last week on the rate cut, and now we are coming back. But I think the further development of UJ and the rest of the USD pairs is gonna a lot depend on the further expectations towards towards December meeting. I'm waiting still if UJ can go slightly lower first, because in my personal, like the way I see the market, we didn't reach yet the levels where it can stop. So for me, the levels where it can stop is a little lower. If I look at the volume distribution here, for me, the value area high level is here, and it's aligned with the volume from the stops. And here is another high volume node. So I would be looking into this area here for UJ to reach. And also, if I look for the lower time frames, from like the way I see the market is that the price has been going down. It tried finding the low, but it failed initially, and majority of the volume is now traded here. So in this area, so price trying going higher, sellers pushed further, tried going higher, sellers pushed further. So now we just strongly coming back from the same volume zone again, and I suppose we're gonna go at least towards this area before eventual reversal. And then I think the reaction on this zone here is gonna depend more on the expectations toward the rate cut than anything else. That's the way I see it, personally, so, but I don't, again, UJ is not my favorite pair, I'm not gonna lie. I prefer GBP USD, I prefer Euro. However, again, this week they kept crushing, so I didn't trade it this week, but UJ is not my first choice, let's say like that.
Yeah, and me as well. Since Trump got in the office, I lost a bit in edge in currency. It's still the same. Still the same in market move. Highs and lows. Trend. Stick to the range. Fill some order to sponsor the next move. Same thing. The market do the same thing. But how harsh to weather the storm. See? Because in my UJ, as you said, I 100% agree. Because where I was looking for after taking this high, we invalidate am I sharing the screen? My screen?
But I'm gonna switch.
Yeah, because I did it. Yeah,
there we go.
15 time frame. I said it like Discord was playing basketball at the chart. So we got this, for example, this high, the master high that switched the order flow. Now, it closed. See. So after this accumulation, I think now the market with the monthly open and this burst of volume of a high time frame player in the market, it's gonna hit. So how they gonna fill their order? They're gonna fill their order by liquidate some other orders from the mid-term low time frame traders. So this is I highlighted this zone that's the responsible of it. But that's the thing. We're playing poker in this zone because it's too obvious. So what I'm assuming is, I think this is gonna range for a bit and gonna be slow grind. I heard Tom Dante talk about it. This the grind of death that everyone this is why I call my trading memory. So I used to go here long, see, then add here, then almost blow my account here, just to the price, find my breaking point, then go higher. So this is what I'm waiting for right now. I think I'm gonna wait for a sweep, then I'm gonna hold it for a swing trade. Let's see, yeah. This is my target. I want to see if there is a Sunday open that is failed to balance in, because that's where I like to have my thing. Yeah, maybe the price is gonna this is closed like a doji, liquidate the lows, tap here, maybe liquidate even the longs, set up a new trend. Looks like it's gonna reach here, then go down with the rate cut, like you said, till then. This is what I'm seeing, because everything is priced in. I need to call LJ. LJ, help me, bro. Am I correct or not? This is what I'm seeing. Yeah.
I think we have a long space for USD to drop still after the rate cut, because we had a priced in expectation in the first cut. We had a bounce back. Now we have a stress over either the next rate cut is going to happen or not. But when the situation stabilizes, I think that DXY has a long way to drop, in my personal opinion, throughout the next years, right? So I'm waiting for this moment. Also, I was looking on the pound and euro this week for the reversal. Didn't take it, but yeah, didn't change it yet. Wait, I was looking at my second screen because I have futures on one, but that for some reason that one lost the sound, so I can't stream on that one because it doesn't connect to the microphone at all. And this I only have trading queue here, so I need to switch in between those two. So I was looking for the reversal for GBP USD, but which barely happened, and then we kept crushing. So I'm supposing that GBP USD is gonna continue going way lower for now, which at this point I'm just waiting for the good entry point, somewhere after some small retracement, perhaps at least. And for euros, the same. And I think that maybe this is the same time when your UJ is gonna come higher before the next drop, because at some point we should see the US dollar starts crushing, but the question is only when this is gonna start happening. So yeah, for euro, honestly, I would at least expect the same lows as before, like from the same zone here, because there is nothing else that I would normally look for there as a stop before the crash.
Yeah.
Maybe there is maybe a sell entry somewhere soon, but not yet right now. For me, maybe we're gonna pull a little bit higher, and then I'm maybe gonna consider selling euro from this zone here. So
Yeah,
previous volume, previous loss. Yeah.
I didn't do analysis in euro for a while because lately got some changes in time-wise in life. But I just checked my chart. Like, what I was thinking. Are you sure my chart?
Whatever, yeah. Again, whatever you were doing here is working out. So
I don't know. Like, if LJ is because
this analysis.
LJ, I think you need to move aside, mate. The price is like the drawing predict the price. Yeah, I totally agree. My target in euro is this: 1.134669. Yeah. Then and I can see like maybe it's gonna this is until end November and December we usually tend to see market range, so that's what my game plan for the euro. In terms of geo, I 100% agree. So when I draw a zone like you did, I draw with three levels: the 30, the 50, the 70. That's the premium. Equilibrium, everyone know, and this is the discount. I call this one the cheap debt. This one like the no, it's a bad word. I'm gonna say it in the discount stream. Yeah. Or something else. So yeah, I'm totally agree on that. Maybe you're gonna from this accumulation, I think it's like gonna start mini trend accumulate here, V-shape recovery into the 70, then go. I want to play V-shape recovery in Geo. From the sentiment lately with their country and their political, I don't know, but to be honest with you, but I heard some, don't know the context, but as I'm hearing it, this is what I use the social media, especially Twitter, to gauge the sentiment. So the sentiment, everyone is making some sort of FUD. So this sort of FUD is going to increase the probability of there is a V-shaped recovery coming. So I'm going to play that one in the higher time frame. That's my, I think this is like suit the best. Correlate with euro? maybe, sort of way.
Sort of, right? Because the situation is in a pound, and Great Britain is much, much worse than in Europe so far. So, but sort of for sure. But for me personally, I see clearly a little bit more pound right now than euro, because euro is, for me, I put it aside for now. To be honest, to see between those two, I usually, if I work with a correlated assets, like for example euro and pound or S&P and NASDAQ, I choose one that is more clear for me at this personal, like this moment, and then I choose another one to use a time to find the right timing for the entry. Because if they both usually at the moment for a sell, then I'm gonna go for one of those, which looks better. If they are both at the moment for a buy for me, I'm gonna go for one of them, which is better. But if they are completely discorrelated, then I'm gonna skip the trade. So that's the way I use different like correlative assets and
Plan
operate.
your trade your plan.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you are more of a swing trading, but
Yeah.
huh?
Go ahead.
Like right now.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. Because what you are showing now is that more of a swing trading approach. That you're gonna play the already with UJ. You said that you're gonna look for the swing move.
So I scalp gold and indices.
Yeah.
More cleaner, shorter. I want to be a short-term player in that one. Swing trader in the currency.
Currencies. Okay.
Yeah, currencies, because they tend to protect them.
Okay.
See? You can weather the storm. Because basically, I ask always the question. My trading system is based on the swings. You see market structure, so I follow swings even in trade. See, so I can make decision and everything else. So, like, I can weather the storm of swing trading in the indices, in the FX, but I can't weather it in the indices. That's why I tend to make this, because I want to be versatile trader in all aspects. See, indices. Basically, it's pretty easy for me because I use only one thing: statistical edge. For example, if I know that DAX 80% close the day positive. See, so what I do is I look for longs. If you see my portfolio with trading, they're all longs in DAX. Never bet against the DAX because when go longs, go longs. So even when I sit like in the London session, this is where I tend to take most of my trades. Back in my mind, like, okay, I'm gonna take long, even if the market crashes 800 points. You see that when the market crashes in the tariff, I found longs. You can find longs someone because someone need to cover, someone need to exchange like his position, so I can find longs. Sort of way, this is like why I tend to my strategy based on memory. So I get the POI that trigger the market memory. I see the price behaviors, some highs taken, confirmation, pullback. My entry always in the pullback. My profitability based on pullback. And my point of interest based on zone. No zone, no trade. That's it. Nothing like much.
You know what I really admire is the systematic and like smart approach that you have to trading. Because a lot of people are just, they have a system, some kind of system they put together based on different technical things only. But you take statistical approach as well. And I think this is super important also for everyone in the audience. For example, you're saying never bet against the DAX because 80% of the time is going to close positive. So you have statistically more chances to be profitable if you take longs than short. So this is like this smart approach, these details that a lot of people miss. And I think if you just look a little bit deeper than the average trader, you can find more edge into any asset. Because every asset has some details like this, but people are, so majority of the times, traders, especially beginners, they either don't think about this or they don't want to dig so deep because for them sometimes it's boring, you know, and it's not so fun as pressing the buttons. But I think just like this one small detail can change your whole results in your trading system.
Yeah. And you said the perfect thing. When you said boring, yeah, it's boring. My trading is boring, but the withdrawal are exciting.
Exactly.
For real. That's my job. My job is to wait. Like, let it play. Like, let it come by nature. See? If I take a loss, yeah, it's gonna stink. I'm a human as well. I'm gonna punch the pillow. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch something, the pillow, or so like go to the gym, maybe something. But yeah, it's not that deep. To be honest, with the market, it's not that deep.
Yeah.
Because from my life experience, I saw everything like you can imagine. So I find this the easiest thing, to be honest with you, to wait. And this is where my trading improved dramatically, especially when I joined the 5ers and the Discord of the 5ers, because I learned a lot. And we said that you remind me of something. One of the first friends that I made in the 5er Discord, Daniel, the OG,
Mhm.
he said to me something when I had a bad day. It's like to me, you know that your goal is to fund yourself, challenge, then fund your live account, and that's your craft. I said, yeah. He said like, so the market is looking for you to have a bad day. Just try not to have a bad day. Get in the mindset that you are chill, and it will sort itself. You see, that's our mission because they are counting on us to have a bad day, just to add in our position, add to our losses, bad behavior, bad habit, compound, then a deep hole, then a downward spiral.
Yeah.
Then we do pick ourselves up. Like, yeah, trading got a pullback and sort of things, but it needs to be boring. Get your withdrawal exciting, your lifestyle exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I know that we had this discussion with, I think, with Jonathan, and Jonathan said that trading shouldn't be boring, but I'm on your side with this. I think trading, if you do the same thing consistently by the system every single day, eventually it gets boring. Obviously, market changes and it becomes sometimes more challenging, more easy, right? And it's less and more boring depending on the time period. But in general, doing the same thing isn't exciting just by just by nature, even, right? But what needs to be exciting, like I loved what you said about the lifestyle is exciting, withdrawal is exciting, you know, but trading itself, I'm not opening the charts in the morning to get my dopamine kick from it. I'm opening my charts because it's my work, you know, and I get the dopamine and I'll go into the gym, like living my life, something else, but not from the charts. If I'm gonna get dopamine from the charts, I'm not gonna get funds from the charts. It's one or another, it's not both. You know, it's
Indeed.
very
No,
rare
no,
both if I'm gonna be very lucky, but it's gonna be 1 out of 100 times. And it's not gonna end good. So
indeed. And this is like why I have this printed out. This is one of the gift because when I passed my first account, LJ sent me this image. You know, I'm an F1 fan. So what I did at first is go print it out. See,
Yeah.
make it tangible. My discipline, the boring, got me this exciting thing. See?
yeah,
So
yeah,
even when I come to trade, when I had like to remind myself, like, yeah, this is like with discipline, get me. And step by step, I always say that step by step, step. Small step, long vision. This
Yeah.
is one of my motto. And the second one is I always say it like set your heart ablaze. Like not in the chart.
yeah.
Like in the work ethic, in the back testing, working on your edge, working all sorts of things. Set your heart ablaze. That will translate in the long run. This is one come from anime. I watch anime a lot.
Yeah. No, but I agree with you. I had actually another question, which I didn't catch. when you first started trading, did you go all in immediately, or did you do other things and you combine trading with? Because I know that you said, you studied for a lawyer, you have a lawyer degree. So did you already work as a lawyer? You had other things when you started, or was trading completely the first things, the only things that you were focused on?
Great question. I have the law degree and sort of things,
Yeah.
but I didn't find a work
Okay.
by it. See, so how I can say it, I didn't get provided the same stake as everyone else. So I was a bit of a situation that I have to sort get my way into trading. So I was working night shift to seize the opportunity to gather myself together. I used to work in my time from 11 to 4 to the morning, sleep 3 hours, trade London, take a nap in New York, New York open. I wake up to watch NASDAQ US 30 and sort of things. So it was a bad lifestyle. I don't like, and I seen a lot from it. Health crash, anxiety, some things, but yeah, it paid off. I accelerated my progress, but it took it pound of flesh, and now I am in the point of recovery. Don't when I say I'm funded, it's not like rosy and green and sort of things. I'm still now like I said, I'm consolidating. Now I'm picking myself back, bring back my health, bring back my mood, and everything.
But life is
It's
always a series of acceleration when you grow, then ranging, and then that down, just like the markets actually. I think, and we just need to know how to operate within different stages of life. There is always something to learn. It cannot be continuous up movement in life the same as in the market neither. So, after the range, if it was a downfall, after the range is going to be up. But I have one question to you because I see Victor is joining in the background already, so he's going to join us soon. So, what did you find the most difficult in that lifestyle? Because I went all in my trading as well in the beginning, because we can say that you went all in, right? Your lifestyle was to fund your trading mainly, so you can actually can continue to trade. So I'm confidently can say that you went all in. So I went as well in the beginning, and after years later, looking back, I realized how difficult it was to become profitable just because of the pressure of needing money in the beginning. So this pressure of needing to get out of the situation that I was both the driver for me, but also was holding me back. So how did you find it? What was the most difficult for you in that lifestyle that you were living while making it work with trading?
Great question. It's complicated, to be honest with you, because I have multiple layers. How I can summarize it? I start to raise myself from the beginning. See, and the most difficult of things, because if this trading is gonna provide me a different lifestyle,
Yeah.
so I need to be the man, the person that's suited for it. So I had to raise myself and forgive myself from all the mistake behind and relieve the pressure and remember that I'm working on my pace. My pace. I always say to everyone, it's you versus you, me versus me. I'm not gonna no one is gonna save anyone in the market. We're all competitive in the same liquidity. For sure. Happened like me and you, you were short you, I was long. Played the Jack Sparrow song. Still. So yeah. Raise yourself. Be this is was most difficult for me. And shaping myself to be a new me for the new life that I'm working towards. Yeah, it's gonna be pullback. And this is why I said my profitability, my trade entry is in the pullback. Then you you see? This is how life goes. So I anticipate that. I welcome that to revise myself and head to a new high. Hopefully, new all-time high every moment.
That that's a great analogy. And
May
yes,
may I come in?
Victor, how you doing, sir? Nice to meet you finally.
Void. Anastasia, how are you doing? How is everyone doing watching us right now? But Void, I can't believe my eyes. How many times have we interacted for months on Discord? It's such a pleasure to finally meet you and put my eyes on a face. Before we had just letters and a voice, and now I have you in front of me. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing well, sir. It's honor to meet you. Finally meeting you guys. Like you
Yeah,
bit like yeah, you remember me from the start of my journey
I
when I
do.
was like making jokes, running around, and I take it a bit seriously. And here we are. This is like we're disciplined and taking something seriously. Take meeting you
A-
guys and new levels.
We are proud of you. We are proud of you. You've been a very active in a member in the community, in the Discord community. So, everyone noticed you, and it's awesome. It's a pleasure to see you grow as a trader, and awesome, man. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully, I make you all proud in the next chapters and next phase in life. Maybe into a new highs in life and meeting you guys in the IRL. So, like making trading profit tangible things, like I said, meeting
Hmm.
people and like for a coffee, making tangible moments. Because all we got is the moment, my friend.
of
That
course,
is
you're already making a huge step. You already hear us on the live stream, and we are super happy to see you. So
That means a lot coming from you.
hopefully it's the first, but very not the last time that you're here with us, right? You're
Hopefully.
gonna be
We meet
joining.
soon, hopefully. Yeah, for sure.
That's amazing.
all right. Anastasia, how have you? Hold on. That is my bad.
That was a false start.
Yeah. That was
Don't stop.
my bad. I was trying to configure things in the background and press the wrong button right there. Guilty as charged. Anastasia, I was gonna ask you how has it been? We haven't spoken in a while.
Yeah.
How has been market been trading you
To
so
be
far?
honest with you, the October was the second most difficult month for me in a year.
Okay.
Not gonna lie.
Oh, second most difficult month in the whole year.
In this year, yes. The first
And was
August.
that? Go ahead.
Yeah, the first one was August, and now the second one was October. But
Okay.
August anticipated because it's summer and it's like this. The market is stalled, so it just is what it is, with August. But October was difficult.
And was the have you found the reason why October, was there anything special in October? Did anything special happen in that month that you can look back and say, okay, that is what triggered me, or that was which caused the market to be a certain way, which I wasn't able to thrive in? Was there anything you spotted that you say, uh, this is part of a contributing factor so that you can avoid it in the future, or perhaps be prepared for it in the future?
I know, I perfectly know what the reason is because my strategy is working on the continuation of the trend. Right, I am a trend trader and the reversal trader. I have different setups. Now, when the market is the way it is, full of manipulations, and the price goes, and then I enter the trade, and then I add up, and then it reverses continuously, I get
Mm-hmm.
lots of break evens, and instead of being in and out of a trade, I prefer to be in and out of the trade no matter if it's a loss or a win, instead of getting stuck in the position
Mm-hmm.
continuously, because it continuously comes back to my zone, to my entries, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
The way I work with my trading system and the way I produce the results is that I may not have the results for 2.5 weeks per month, and then I need 1 week to get really good results. Realistically, I need 2, 3, 4 working days where I have different good setups, and that's enough for the whole month. The problem is that when the whole month is the way that they had a flash crash. We had not enough data from the macro side coming, which affects the market liquidity and volatility, and all of these things combined, it made my work much harder in October.
I was just gonna go ahead.
I did finish the month in profit, but I feel like I need a vacation.
Oh, for real. After that month, for real, all of us.
That's how I feel after October, you know?
And have you do you have a way, or do you think there is a way you can see it coming as it is unfolding, such a month like October? Because that's, I think, is the value, right? The fact that you survived and that you're on the other side of the month, that's great. You had a couple of lessons, but I think I would like to think that there could be a way we can maybe not predict when it will happen next time, but at least as it is unfolding, we recognize, okay, this is the month, this is the type of thing that I went through back in the whatever month it was, and this is what I need to adapt to. This is how I need to behave, or be more conservative, or wait, or whatever. Is there something, have you noticed, that is different, that will allow you to distinguish and recognize and identify this period next time it comes?
I am 100%. I knew that it's going to be the months like this already a week and a half in October. Like it's immediately I can see this, because it's obviously not the first month that is difficult in years, So I can, in the beginning of the week, I also know the first 2 days of the week, I know approximately how the week goes and when I need to cut the risk and so on. So obviously, like I know this. However, it's I think it's different when you are just building your trading system and looking for the right approach, and when you have one. At this point of my trading career, I feel like I have the system that is working. The rest is a statistical approach. Some months are gonna be good, some months are gonna be less good, and I'm not aiming anymore to produce the profits every single day or every single week. I see it in a matter of at least 30 days, so at least 20 working days in one calendar month, and then afterwards I can reevaluate it. However, I do have one very important lesson after October, and because in October my results were not only affected by the market but also by the personal matters. And after some time, I for the first when you have like a shift, when you realize how much your mental state affects your results. Again, obviously I know this, right? But in October, I felt it like I haven't felt it for a very long time. So my lesson in October doesn't come from the trading system, because my trading edge is now working, and the rest I leave up to statistics, and up to me is managing the risk. But my thing is also to manage my mental state and reduce the things that can affect it as much as I can. Because sometimes also some things come from people who it's difficult, when you have a family, for example, close people around you, it's difficult to prioritize trading sometimes, and to say that this is the things that I need to focus on. It's my work, it's my business, and this is my main focus. And the things that are, making you stressful need to be put aside, especially when you are having more difficult months, when you need more focus, more calms, more peace, more cold-minded approach. And it becomes difficult. Now, however, it's extremely important. It's extremely important. So I guess my trading lesson from October comes more from this side, than from the side of the market.
Awesome. I think that's very insightful and important, right? That's the self-reflection that Void was talking about, the self-analysis, right? You need to be, there's no one else watching us, right? We are our own managers, for good or bad. We are the only person as retail traders trading, most of the time by yourself. You are the only person who's going to point this out and needing to point this out and do something about it, journal about it, writing down what was the market condition that caused this, and what will I put in place next time to, as an alert. We all have these alerts on our screen. I suppose we all do on TradingView. It's so easy, just left click. But we got to have a system like that where you have an alert on, I don't know, maybe it's not an indicator, but something you do weekly, or perhaps, yeah, I suppose weekly in your case sounds like a good plan, where you look back, is this one of those weeks that I need to be extra careful, I need to adapt, I need to adjust. And if not, most of the time that will not be the case, then you continue. But if it is, and that's the moment you start, you implement whatever contingency plan you have, or you remind yourself that you have statistical edge, and this is all within your normal, fluctuations of the performance of your strategy has, and there's nothing wrong, and it's totally fine to have these drawdown moments. And even if you said you closed the month in profit, even while being one of your worst month of the year, that speaks of how stable your system is. And even if you do have a losing month, which is completely normal, it's not the end of the world, doesn't mean your system is broken. But if it is something you've measured before and it happens from time to time, you embrace it and you move on, and not letting bad negative thoughts and doubt come in, and thinking all of my work is now worthless.
I think it comes only with when you have the statistics already from the past. So either you had the statistic from your trading, or you back tested it, because it takes a lot of confidence in your trading system to not keep adjusting things, because there is a moment when there is a work on yourself more than on your strategy, of course. And if you keep twisting things, then you can never get the real statistics of your edge, because we keep changing and adding and getting rid of things and for years. So finally, I know that the technical aspects of my trading system are fine, they don't need to be adjusted, at least for a moment being. But of course, there are more things to work on. If it's not technical aspects, it's macro. You can study macro, you can study economy, you can study yourself and self-reflect. And then, like you said, I think what is very important is to realize, is the fluctuations in your account normal for your trading edge, or is it coming outside of this range that you normally operate with? Because if it comes outside of it, then of course something needs to be looked into and reason needs to be found. But if it's within the range, then it is just what it is, and it's just going to be sometimes like this. And if you just stick to your edge, the next month you're going to see the results again that you are used to see.
Yes, and there's no way you can know this if we do not journal, if we do not know our numbers, the stats on the performance of your system. That's why it's so important to journal, because how else would you be able to see what is normal if how would you know that range to begin with? You know that because you've measured it every month for the last for 2 years or 3 years, whatever long you're using that system, and you start building, okay, in the last 24 months that I've been using this system, these are the extremes, and I'm not at that moment yet. And so this is within what is normal. I think it's awesome. Also, you mentioned something that I like a lot about not changing things all the time, and I think that's the key for consistency, right? If we want to have consistent result, we always say this, but it's so true. If you want to have consistent result, you have to have a consistent workflow, right? The same things, not changing strategies or adjusting your strategy all the time, because You're just incorporating more variability into the process, and that will automatically create more variability in the results as well. Void,
Yes, sir.
I haven't, we haven't, I would love to get to know how you trade, and I've been listening in the background a little bit about how you approach the market, how you think you have a you have a broad way of approaching things. Anastasia mentioned that before, how you're looking a bit deeper than the average trader when you're approaching trading. You're using different tools, and you mentioned that you're using, and I think that's the best way to form yourself as a trader, right? To use, and even if it's only to try things out, try different strategies, not strategy hopping, but as you are starting trying different concepts, different approaches, different ways of entry, exiting, everything. And then
Yeah.
once you have that exposure, that experience, you can then choose which one is best suited for you. And you're combining, you mentioned you're a hybrid kind of a trader. You're combining all of that into one trader. But my question to you is, do you use them together at the same time, or do you have a sort of like a playbook? In certain occasion you use certain tools and certain ideas or concepts, and in other scenarios you use a different set of tools. How could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sort of like a playbook
Wait,
in a way. Yeah.
Victor, just sorry. I'm sorry. I have to go. So I'm sorry, you guys, because today I was just
No
covered
worries.
all day for just an hour. I need to jump off. So, but wait, Akram, thank you so much for joining, and I do hope I'm gonna see you back in the live. It was a pleasure meeting you in person,
Me
learning
too.
about your edge, learning about your approach. I found it super interesting. Looking forward to talk more and share more experience. And Victor, it was really nice to see you finally back. It's been a long time.
It has and has. I like your reaction. I was just going to impersonate you as well. Wait, Anna, Anastasia, do not go away. No, I'm not going to say that. It's a pleasure as always. You spending time with you. We should do it more often.
Yeah, we should. We should. I'll see you guys tomorrow back on the live stream, hopefully.
Thank
See you,
you, Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Thank you so much. See
See
you.
ya. Take care. Ciao.
All right, so and then it was the two of us, Void. Good stuff, man. So yes, is it the question? Just to recap, do you have you found a way to combine all of these tools you have into one or perhaps two strategies, or do you have like a library, so to speak, of playbook, which depending on the scenario, the setup, you apply one or the other set of tools?
A playbook, like you said, is sort of like a tools because the market condition change.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the change like in term of like we got volatility,
Mm-hmm.
we got higher time frame. So
Mhm.
you need to have an overview of if this move I want to be involved in. So our job as a trader is to catch the move, and to catch the move, that's where then we start our second job, our trade management. Then we got like and then before that risk management, I forgot, sorry about that. But still, like it's need like a sort of a playbook to get involved in the motion of the market, because I use a bit, for example, like if I want to play like a mean reversion, I think there is a high time frame manipulation that belongs for the 4 hour. So what I do, I use the utility like that Anastasiia showed, the volume profile, so I can have a point of interest in that, so I can get involved in it, you know. So it get like a puzzle piece, a piece of puzzle, you see,
Mm-hmm.
and each one get in own edge because everyone is profitable. Don't get me wrong, but there is certain time, like the Anastasia said, that was a rough month.
Mm-hmm.
was a rough month for me as well. I got had to reevaluate my position in my equity curve so many times and change the parameter of my risk profile so I can be in a recovery mode, and then I turn into thriving mode. That was my trade. So this is where in terms of the market condition right now. For example, I said another strategy trend following, for example, but in gold, for example, uh, I had the sort of strategy that I gained from Discord and called strategy that I can follow the momentum. See, so a buy stop above a red candle, stop loss below the bearish candle, and go for the momentum. So that's how it goes. See, because market condition and asset, because commodity got different nuance, and this has got different nuance. FX got different nuance.
I understand that. So basically, you have a playbook, and depending on the market condition, you choose which one to use. But did I understand that you also have a different way of approaching your trading depending if you are in drawdown and when
Yeah.
you are in profit? Because you said something about recovery mode and thriving mode. Could you elaborate a little bit? Like, I'm not sure what exactly. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, like a three mode.
Okay.
Recovery mode.
Interesting.
Recovery mode. And this is like an F1 metaphor, because when
Okay.
F1, when they had some trouble, they do
Okay.
damage control. Now it's not time to think about winning or sort of things. Now damage control. Bring yourself to the threshold, then we can talk. You need that's thing the hardest mode, because you need to be humble, and if you don't be humble, the market is gonna humble you, of course. Got thriving mode. Thriving mode, yeah, I see my edge, I need to perform. That's where I get my courage to click the button and hold through the storm. See, and because that our brain want to be in the threshold, in the neutral threshold, not exciting, not emotional, those sort of things. Anyway, and I got void mode. Void mode.
What is that? What is void mode?
Yeah, this is the hidden one. It shows only when it's time to bring the A game. Now or never. Time to see new level. That's when I go that level. Because you need to market changing. We all changing. Our habits a bit change a bit, even though they stable. Even the time of you working out in the gym can always affect. So you need to get that mode, to go or to hold, push you back a bit.
Yeah, and I understand correctly that you're basically you have different names for these and analogies with Formula One and things like that. But do I understand correctly that it is basically you understand when you need to be aggressive and when you need to be defensive, when you need to be taking more chances or more risk, putting more risk on, and when you need to be more conservative and avoiding risk. Is that a fair characterization of basically the different modes, and not including the void mode, because I'm not sure how that would fit in.
That's the better mysterious one,
I
that's
see.
one for me.
Okay. Awesome, Void. Great stuff. It's always great. I think the audience will see this as well, and when they hear you, for example, or anyone else, and while I'm still haven't finished this sentence, don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, check if you're a subscriber already, and if you're not, then you know what to do. So coming back to the sentence, it's always great to hear how how different traders think about trading, like how they position trading in their life. I know it sounds like a bit vague, and it may be a little bit, but it's, I know, for a trader, for especially for full-time traders, and I believe you are full-time, right?
Yeah.
Full-time.
Now
Yeah.
I turned full time 3 months ago.
Okay, because especially for full-time traders, but basically everyone who is who's trading, who is have these ambition, this desire to make it in this industry, trading is very important, right? Trading is, it's what dominates a big part of our day, even though it's just a profession. We tend not to see it just as a profession. We tend to live, breathe, dream, sleep trading, as that's how I know trading to be. And I think that's the case for a lot of others as well. So looking at how you think about trading, how you approach, or there are things you said before I came on, that you need to learn about yourself, what kind of person you want to be as a trader. And I know it may sound a little bit vague for some people. They may say, nah, but you just have to have edge and that's it, and you apply your edge and you're profitable, and if you're not, you don't have edge. And that's true. I don't say it's not, but the what you're saying about knowing yourself and perhaps even kind of choosing who you want to be, it's not like you're really choosing, but you're seeing what resonates with your core values or how you see yourself, um, is so important, right? To choose to live, and in this case it's not about living but about trading. Choose to be the trader that is in alignment with how you want to see yourself, and perhaps how you think yourself, how you are. I think that's the kind of things that I'm referring to, like how you thought about these things and how you formulated them and how they are helping you. Because if you're mentioning them as something that is formative, or has been formative for you as you're growing to be, forming you as a trader, then that's important. That's something that you thought about, and it has helped you progress and grow as a trader, right?
Yeah. So here's the answer, and I'm gonna love you and leave you guys because I need to hop up too. So this is this sentence that helped me in what you said. Getting there can't tell being there how to get there. Getting
Could
there.
you say that again? Could you say that again?
Getting there can't tell being there how to get there. Getting there can't tell being there how to get there. For each their own journey, see? For each their own ups and downs and their pullbacks, double bottoms, sweep of the low, testing that mistake that you did last time just to revise yourself and not make it again. So, like, you need to first know who you are. Then what are you doing? Then you know how you gonna do about it. Getting there can't tell been there how to get there. This is the sentence that changed my trading and get me to choose my own style, my own understanding of the market. Because my job in the market is to find my move each time. It's about catching the move. So for example, you have your element that keep you disciplined. The quasi, the pullback, the order block, the entry, it's got a statistic. So that's get you there, see? But some people like an anomaly. Some people like just wired differently. Because I seen some just profitable from the first day. And that you can't compare your journey on it. So you gotta know how yourself, you know the element that get you disciplined in check to get there. Because I don't think that anyone can advise you in that matter except yourself. That's my opinion on it. And each, like, as you've seen, Victor, I've been in your session in Discord and we met a lot. You've been there from my first journey. So you've seen the development. And as I see, like here in the live stream, I am one of the trader, one of you guys, just a full-time trader, got his own things. You might disagree in something, but that's the beauty of it. If the market doesn't disagree in both sides, it won't move. Liquidity, it won't move. Money and wealth won't be transferred. That's my opinion on it.
Awesome, Void. That
Yes,
is
sir.
this. Yes, it's great. It's great to have you and being able to tap into your experience as you are growing. That is what these streams is about, right? It's about sharing our process as traders. For the benefit of the viewers, right? Because they would recognize certain things, and they may not recognize everything, and may not be agreeing with us completely because we're all different. But somewhere, some things you or I or any other host might say, and somewhere someone will recognize, say, I know exactly what he means, and what he's telling me is helping me, or I recognize it. I'm not different, this is okay. And that is exactly, I think, one of the core values of these streams. It's by watching other traders go through their process, and it doesn't matter if you're Void, you call yourself as a baby trader, and it doesn't matter if you're in the
Used
early
to.
phases. You used to, you said?
Yeah, you. I used to. I give
Oh.
that. How I can say? I give that option. Like I didn't give myself that pressure. You get the pressure of baby to learn how to work fast. Like, take your time, take a breath, understand yourself, get your rhythm, get your footing. Then after that, be proud of yourself. Then after you pick yourself up, now you need to learn how to run. Then you learn how to sprint. Now to the extra sport that you can find your niche. That's how I found my trading style as a niche. But this is where I say the most: keep your phase, baby phase, healthy as possible. Don't rush. Get in your pace. It's you versus you, me versus me. At the end of the day, everyone is clicking the button by itself. Might learn something from my take this, but hope they help them a lot to take this journey serious, because the breakthrough for everyone is coming.
Positive message here, Void. Thank you for that. We love that. We thrive on positivity. Void, how long do we have you for? I'm sure.
We got an extra 30 minutes just for the honor
Okay.
to meeting you, my friend. So
All right,
I couldn't pass the chance. Cause
Perfect.
mate,
Perfect. No, because I didn't. I just want to make sure that I know where what is your time limit. Perfect. Let's take a little bit. Is that okay? Let's take a little bit of the market, and then we can come back to the conversation. I'll do a little review or overview of what we are seeing so far. And for those who are watching the market, and aren't you all watching the market as you are watching this stream, we are on the hourly, not on the hourly, what am I saying? Gold is reaching back into this fresh order block on the daily time frame. That's where it gets interesting to me. I want to see, are the buyers coming in to respond and buy this back? I mean, this big bearish candle looks very, very ugly if you're all you want to be buying this at this level. However, this is the area. If price is, if the buyers that created this order block, by this I mean this fresh order block right here, are that one, right? That's where the market came in. Buyer said, I want to be buying, we want to be buying here. If they are going to respond and have that follow through movement from the fresh order block, now is the moment. So there is nothing in price action telling us that that's going to happen yet. There are no quasis to the left, so there we don't really have. Well, there is on the H1 and H2. but not on the H4 where I'm looking, typically will be looking for. So it looks like if the market does not change the order flow soon, we will likely be breaking that, and who knows, might be visiting lower levels. We'll have to see that how it goes. And the next level is of course that daily structure below us. On euro dollar, we've been talking about this at the beginning of the stream. Yes, I opened today as for a change, and we talked about how weak the market looked. How I took a trade yesterday.
Victor,
Go ahead.
my apology of cutting you off. I need to go.
Oh, no problem. No,
we're gonna
no
meet
problem.
soon, and we will have our session. Me and you, I will discuss how everything works and see how I developed my point of view of the market. Yeah, it's a like a big privilege, my friend. Thank you very much, and thank
pleasure
you for
is
everyone coming by. Sorry, I was like streaming, like flying a plane while building it, so I didn't know how to show up to the chat. We'll learn next time. See you guys, and have a blessed day. Cheers, everyone.
Void, thank you for joining us today, and the pleasure is all mine. Have a awesome day. Take care. All right, that is Void. Great member. Great. It's an awesome. It's an awesome. Development. How to see, experience how to see others grow as well, and from the community, and now he is joining us as a guest on the stream. Awesome to see these development. So coming back to euro dollar, as we were saying, the euro has, after breaking this line, we talked about this morning. It has been, it closed below the order, the first candle, which was on Friday. There, that's the sign to me that the sellers they're winning the battle. They have sat their flag there and conquered, for the time being, in any case, the battlefield, and meaning that there's more selling pressure coming in once that candle was closed. That was on Friday. And if we look back, we had a little retrace, a little buyers defending their turf, namely here. We talked about that as well. Price went back to the bearish order block and then catapulted to the downside all the way down. I didn't catch that. Now it looks silly because the bigger move I didn't catch. I caught much, not that big of a move earlier, but that this one didn't trigger. As you can see, it didn't come to the area that I would be waiting for, and on the second instance, it didn't reach this area as well. But that's how it goes. I'll be just content with the profit that I got yesterday, and I saw this move down, didn't participate, but that's how it goes. I cannot be catching all the moves all the time. I need to be selective, and that's how I keep myself, is by having as I said before, you got to have a consistent process if you want to if you want consistent results. And my process told me that this was one for me, and the second one, even though it looks very handsome now as profit, but my entrance, that was my setup, and the other one simply wasn't. It was someone else's, but just not mine. All right, we have some great members, all of them being very grateful and appreciative of Void joining us, Marina, Night Glow, and many others in the chat. I actually even saw Vinicius in the chat, a good friend of ours at this stream. So perfect. Let me double check a couple of things. All right, so perfect. Let me double check this. All right, everything is seems to be okay on the background. I'm perfect. All right. Okay, let's Let's take a look. I was gonna do a little overview of the different market. The EU accelerated the breakdown, and we don't have anything. We talked about earlier this morning about the fair value gap on the daily time frame, and for those who use that, I don't. To me, the next level that to be seen is that order block to the downside. In between, there isn't anything that's the fair value gap, but in between there isn't a lot that is gonna stop price, and we can see how that also shows in price action, right? Market is just falling off a cliff, basically, almost straight down. Obviously, when you push zoom in, you'll see these reversal. Actually, I did trade this long and short as scalping while I was listening to Void and Anastasiia talking. But that's just scalping. The actual entry I didn't get here. It didn't get to the area that I needed. As this is the way you can see it. That was the entrance that was from yesterday. Let's take a look at pound, and I'm gonna check the chat if you guys have. Let me see. Manish, Nightglow. Manish is one of our. Thank you for letting me know, because I didn't know Manish. Manish is we have a great community inside of Discord, just as we have on YouTube. But on Discord we have the same. We have a little group. I say little, but it's not a few people, where we come together on weekdays and we discuss the market. We discuss everything that is around, around trading. So thank you, Manish, for being here with us. All right, perfect. Let's take a look at a pound. This is a trade that there was this morning. I only targeted. Now perhaps when you see these trades, you think, let me give you a little context here. You have this is the 100% ATR on the daily time frame, right? So how you measure that? You apply the ATR indicator, and you hover over the current candle, and depending on the values you have set at, it will give you what the average range, or the average range that you should be. It's not the actual average, mathematical average. There's a little variation to it, but it's basically a proxy for the average range, or what you should expect. Would this be a normal day, an average day? It isn't, because of the fundamental news, or the speech this morning we had. But the ATR is at 184 right there, and you can see that we expanded beyond that. And on the lower time frames, I had a trade this morning on GU, which hit target and continue to go much lower. But of course, I can only follow my plan, and that's it. I only have to follow the plan, target, put my TP where my plan says I should, and be happy when it hits. That's it. I'm being happy. Actually, even if it doesn't hit, as long as I follow the plan, you should be happy, right? But in this case, you can see that I left a lot of money on the table, all of that move. But it is what it is, right? Let me take a look at, I'm going to show you the reason why I took this trade. This is GU. And let me show you. So we have a fresh order block. We still have it, but it's no longer useful, or you can't use it anymore. We had a fresh order block which was at play. Let me change the there we go. Right, so we had this fresh order block right here, right on the H4. And then on the 2 hour, we had another order block which was fresh, which that's where we get the alignment from. And this is the two borders, not the yellow one. Maybe I should change the color of this line so it doesn't confuse you. So let's change this to perhaps Let me, use this, or let me highlight this. How come I'm not able to? Let me. All right, so maybe this is better. Somehow, I'm gonna change the color to something else. Doesn't matter what exactly, just another color. Let me put it blue. All right, so so you can see the area of interest was from this level to that which was visible on the H2. That was what I was expecting. It was actually a quasi on the. Let me double check. No, that was a fresh order block on the H2, which is this level right here and right there. Right, that's the level. We go to the 1 hour time frame. Price came back into that, between that level, and that's where I get my entries. Right, so this is the quasi on the 5-minute that got me into the trade. Here you can see it, and it was this order block on the lower time frames. You can see how price came back to react on this 5-minute order block, and after give me the signal. That was the entry all the way down to the low of that candle, that swing low. That's what the system tells me, because I didn't have a daily reason to go short here. Yes, it is weak. Yes, it could continue lower, but that's not a per my trade plan. That doesn't tell me I need to have target the end of the range, just the next level, right? So, and that's what I did, and that was the trade this morning, and it was a it seems easy trade once you catch them, but it's only when it works well that you can say that. All right, so let me check the chat if you guys have any other questions. Marina says, Marina knows her thing. Yes, she knows the value of our Discord community. It's an awesome community, and I invite all of you to join us. The only thing you have to do is have an account with the 5ers. That's it. Have an account with the 5ers, and inside the dashboard, you will find your entrance. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ask support how to get entrance to the Discord community after you have an account, right? We do have to have an account. Otherwise, it's free for the 5ers account holders or those who have bought in the past. You don't have to actually have an account, right now, as long as you have bought one in the past. Let's see. Someone asking, great question. Why don't you have a weekly payout? I am not I'm not support, so these questions are best directed to support, and they can help you understand what the rules are and the reasoning behind them. I am I'm a trader, and I'm a host on YouTube, but that's beyond what I'm not the best person to answer that question. But thank you for your question. I enjoy that. I love the fact that you are engaging us, and you are asking those questions. How to join? As I said just a few minutes ago, buy an account with the 5ers, right? At the 5ers, the smallest account I think is 5K high stick account. If I'm not mistaken, it's still $39. You buy an account, and that will give you access. You will have your own dashboard, right? And that's inside the dashboard. You will have a little icon to the left lower side. Clicking that will take you to the Discord server, and it's all free, but you have to have an account with us. Okay. Perfect. Let's take a look at some other pairs. Maybe you guys have an idea, maybe have a suggestion what we could be looking for on GU. What I'm looking for in when the market is beyond, well, because there was that speech today I would want to see a lot more consolidation or aggression for the market once this is the 100% ATR, as I indicated right here, and we are beyond that. It is, right? Let me double check. Yeah, it is 63, and that is right there. Exactly. So that's the 100% ATR, meaning on a regular day, that would be where, the market starts to stop being impulsive. It starts ranging and sometimes even revert a little bit back into some kind of a mean. And now whenever it expands beyond the 100%, I ask myself, is there a mean reversion trade in this move? It is still, you know, impulsively going lower. So you want to know the timing and the right cue before you start looking into this trade. But what I do is I wait for the market to actually give me the sign. One of the things that I ask myself, is this a regular day? Is this a like a common, nothing special happened, no high impact news, no big change in anything that moves the market? And that's not the case. Today we did have a speech, one of the chancellor or the chancellor of the Bank of England, saying something, or maybe it was the tone, it was saying a couple of things that made the market react this way. So that tells me it's not a regular day. There's something, the central bank members or chairwoman in this case, would, that's not an insignificant kind of an event. It's significant. Those are the things that will move the market a lot. So the fact that we are extended beyond 100% is totally within normality. It's totally within expectation, and that's not enough basis to trade this as a mean reversion trade, right? So basically, I don't see this as not currently, not at the level it is it something I want to be fading. Okay. All right, so that's GU. Let's take a look at gold, perhaps. We talked about it right before when Void was still on the stream. So we do have to take a look at the daily. We have that fresh order block being retested. Do we have some reaction? Not yet. We have breaking of bearish structure. Actually, it still needs to close. We'll close in 7 minutes. But the breaking of once it's broken, that could be a acceleration for price to further keep going much lower. We'll have to see that how it goes during the day. I mean, during the rest of the day and tomorrow, perhaps. On the H2, there is a fresh, not a fresh, entry order block on the quasi. Let me mark it so you can see it. That's the established downtrend, goes all the way up and then comes back to an area, right? Actually, from this point, so you have to take it from here. We already came into the area, so I'm waiting for price to confirm or not whether we have a reversal, right? This is the place where you want to see that reversal coming from, but only if price action actually comes in. And if it doesn't come in, you don't want to be in this trade, right? So you have H2, but no H4 reason. So I'm waiting for H4 as well to give that signal. In the meantime, we should just wait. I'm gonna double check the range so we get a feeling of what we're dealing with. Let's take a look here. So from the top to the bottom, hi there, H. Kay, how are you doing today? $77.22. Awesome, you're joining us today. And Loving Nature Guy says he passed a two-step evaluation 5K. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. It's always great to see back, see the fruits of your labor. We all know that it takes a lot of dedication, work to hone your skill and improve your trading skills so that before you're able to pass the challenges. So awesome to see you, and we all celebrate for you because of your milestone. Perfect. I'm doing fine, HK. Thank you for asking. Very kind of you. All right, so we have that's we do have a daily reason to be looking for a long here, or at least for a reaction, and then the H2. But I'm still missing the H4. The H2 isn't telling us anything yet, and this actually is still, as long as it's still valid, hasn't closed below, and price comes moving all the way back, meaning like so, right? I could still use it as long as it doesn't have to, it should not close below the order block. If it close below the order block is invalidated, it'll have to give us another reason to do so, right? Another reason to look for a long. So we'll have to see. Gold is very feisty, very volatile. So who knows? Maybe we'll see. But I would prefer to be taking a long from this area, because I can have my stop then below the actual low of that movement and not something in between. So that's the H2 order block, quite wide, not the kind of structure that I would like to see in here. There isn't a lot to work with. So I'm gonna say we still have to wait more price action and see, actual reversal price action for gold. That's a nice reaction, but it's um, you know still too early to tell. Let's move on. All right, so let's take a look at pound cat that we've been looking at on today. Pound cat on the higher time frame is it has been creating bearish structures and reacting off of them, right? This one, right? And it came back and reacted off of it. You can see as well how it reacted right below that order block. All of that indicates something. We have on the weekly, it's coming from a bearish structure, which it retested before moving along, and have that followed through movement. What I mean by that is this: we have the engulfing and then the retest as it moves away. That's a beautiful move, and this order block has already been tested, meaning it's the second one that's a reason not to trade it long. And I did get a little mean reversion trade in here, which closed already. As you can see, the TP, I think the TP was at 70. No, the TP was at 70 something. It was on here, basically 72, I think it was. So it was based on the H1 order block right there, and the market has completely changed. And this is the news, the speech, right, that initiated that move. And I don't see the reversal yet on H4 for certain. It isn't there. Nothing really. All the hourlies are telling us that the market is still creating bearish structures, and we need to listen when that is the case, right? We are just creating bearish structure and reacting off of them, meaning that so far the market is still looking for going lower. There is, however, one thing that I do like. As long as we are building this, we are holding that line. You can see it here as well, which is the lower border of that fresh order block. If you go one, you can see how the market reacts to the lower border of that. Beautiful, beautiful reaction right there. So I do want to be watchful. That's I need more need hourly reasons to go long here, but I do like that reaction. I need higher time frame, higher from the minutes. I mean, so hourly confirmation that we have something here, but this could be a beginning of a at least a little pop. Especially this one I like, but all of them are indicative that the markets is trying to respect or hold that level. All right. sadly, we have come to the end of our stream. It is just never stops to amaze me how fast as time goes by when we're looking at the charts and interacting with our lovely members in the chat and elsewhere. So rest me the only thing is to invite you to like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Invite you to our Discord session, which will be in about 45 minutes, and wish you well for the rest of the day. That's it. Take care, and let me see if I don't press the wrong button here. Take care, and thank you for watching us today. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.